You go viral, people start paying attention to you, mate. I'm kidding. I'm Will Gavin. I am our NFL play-by-play guy here at TalkSport. Dom Corbett, draft expert, is alongside me. So let's get into it. Let's look at the very top end of this draft and the headlines, really. Beyond Fernando Mendoza, who we've got, 10 minutes plus to speak about coming up shortly. Tell me what you see about the top end talent in this draft this year, because I feel like there has been a bit of negativity going into this draft about the overall quality of it.
So the context that I would use for that is everyone compares it to the 2013 NFL draft,
right.
Where
I think that's harsh.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit harsh. I mean, we had some pretty not impactful players, I would say, go in that first round, but it is also the draft that produced Travis Kelce, Tyrann Mathieu, Teron Armstead, Keenan Allen, DeAndre Hopkins, Lane Johnson. There are good players to be found in this draft class. There are Pro Bowlers, there are future Hall of Famers, there are plus starters and everything in between. We just need to be able to work out who that is going to be, try and cut through the noise. And what's interesting about this class is that, in my opinion, the three best players, or three of the top 5 players, all play the positions which are seen as quote-unquote less valuable by the NFL and by the league as a whole. So we have a linebacker in Sonny Styles, off-ball linebacker. We've got a running back in Jeremiah Love. We have a safety in Caleb Downs. And what's going to be interesting is seeing how teams approach that positional value. If, for example, Jeremiah Love is selected in the top 3, he makes $50 million. So that by itself, he'd be RB7 in the league in terms of pay scale, because we know how much the rookies get paid in the NFL. And that would just be the most crazy team building decision, I think, from a team in the top 3. It might be the Arizona Cardinals. A team could trade up. But that's what's going to be interesting, is seeing where teams are comfortable taking these players, because they do play the less impactful positions, but they are fantastic talents.
I think the idea of positional value, and this is one of the things that's going to be really interesting for me today, because when we've sat here and done mock draft after mock draft after mock draft, we look at guys at the top of this draft who we absolutely love. And there are guys that, I don't pretend to watch anywhere near as much as you do, but I try in between the Super Bowl and now go back and watch as many games as possible, and certainly at least for that kind of top 50 or so prospects, really have a good idea of them. And the guys I absolutely have fallen in love with are not necessarily impact positions. Don't get me wrong, I love Arvell Reese, I love Jeremiah Love, who as a running back is a guy you may not take high. Caleb Downs, safety, you may not take him high. Sonny Styles, again Ohio State, linebacker, off-ball linebacker specifically, a position you don't like to draft high necessarily. And to give people a context as to why that is that what you pay these guys on their rookie deal, on their rookie contract, is huge. Because say Fernando Mendoza gets a deal, his rookie contract, which will pay him around about $40 million over the first 4 years of his career, versus a franchise quarterback at this stage of their career is earning that plus per year, $50 million, even $60 million in the case of Dak Prescott. And so the value of taking a high value position at this stage and what it does to your team building, I totally get it. And it's why I wonder, as we sit here and we look at how much we love those players, when you have teams in the top end of the draft, whether that be the New York Giants, the Cleveland Browns, the Miami Dolphins, these teams who are, when you want to look at their team needs, it's a list longer than your arm, and it's got more positions on it. I've nearly said than the Kama Sutra. I'm going to say it anyway. You are like, that is, those people will look at best player available ideally, but are they going to look at best player available? Are they going to go, see, Caleb Downs is number 1 on our board, but right now, Spencer Fano's 10 on our board, but he's a left tackle, and we haven't got one of those. And I think that's going to be really interesting to see if the draft nicks have really got it out of whack this year, and we are just going to see edge rushers and tackles go off the board early.
I mean, I do think that no one has a clue as to what is happening after Fernando Mendoza's name is called. We could see genuinely a rush of edge rushers, a run on tackles. We could see receivers go in the top 10. Anything could happen, but as is always the case in the NFL draft, it's a balance of need and talent. If you're in a fantastic position as a team, you can draft best player available. But if you are, say, the Arizona Cardinals and you're blessed with the 3rd overall pick, taking Jeremiah Love is probably not the best long-term team building strategy when you need offensive line, you might need some defensive playmakers, and when you draft those guys early, you actually get them on the cheap. You have these guys, for example, if you take a wide receiver at 3, they're paid as wide receiver 30. If you take an edge at 3, that's that's edge 32. Whereas RB7, I mean, that's the value in the draft. That's what when we talk about as people that cover the NFL draft, when we say value, that's what we talk about. Kind of what are you getting back from that draft capital? Are you getting a starting franchise quarterback in Fernando Mendoza? That's good value wherever you get it. Obviously, the later the better, but no one's going to complain about it at 1. If you take a swing on a running back like Ashton Genty last year and he does nothing for you because your offensive line is bad, then that's not great value, I would argue.
I do think, however, and this is a shift we're seeing in the NFL more and more so now, particularly with the increasing salary cap versus these salary controlled, very low cost rookie contracts. My feeling on it is that more and more positions we are not worrying about the second contract and we are focusing on those 3, 4, 5 years. If it's a first round pick, they can go for the 5th year option, of course. Like much more so, I feel like we are treating these like there's nothing wrong with taking a running back high. And actually the NFL has done very well drafting a running back in the top 10, top 12 over the past 10 or so. I think Trent Richardson's the only bust I can think of in the last 10 or 15 years, and not really a bust, but a comparative bust for like where they drafted him. But I still feel like you feel more confident taking a safety. You feel more confident taking these guys because actually the big focus is what impact are they going to have on our team in the next 3 to 5 years. You're less now thinking about, well, what's that second contract going to look like 5 years down the line? Maybe a team like the Dolphins or the Browns is thinking like that because they know they're not going to compete quickly. Sorry to Dolphins and Browns fans. I don't want you to feel like I'm picking on you, but you don't feel like you're going to be competing from day one. I just think that maybe we are seeing a move away from that. And I just think this, as much as they talk about this draft not having the cream of the crop talent, I think it's it's maybe the draft I've been most excited about covering in an absolute age, because I think it's fascinating.
The beauty is in the eye of the beholder in this draft, and I think that's going to result in quite a lot of trade ups and a lot of trade downs if possible, because if teams are looking at, say they have 10 first round grades, and I know that there are 32 first round picks, but teams will grade guys if they have like true first round grades, meaning that they would go in the first round regardless of what the strength or the weakness of the class is like. And let's say you're 4 spots away from the last one of those 10. Why not trade up a 4th rounder or a 2027 3rd rounder to go up and get your guy? So
I really think as well, so on that point, I think that when you get past the first 8 or 9 picks, those guys that we see as the top tier in this draft, I think it's going to be cheap to go up in this draft compared with a normal year because of how people perceptively see the talent from 9 through 45. And everyone's looking at that 2027 draft. And
as is ever the case.
But it's this weird combination right now. I feel like last year and this year, between the NIL deals coming in, between people staying in college for 5 or 6 years because of COVID, because of we've been left with this very odd dip in draft quality that is suddenly going to ping back, I think, in 27 and 28. And so actually, is a 2027 second rounder the same value as a 2026 first rounder to some of these teams? Certainly one that's in the back end of the first round. That's where I think this is going to get really interesting. I think beyond 10, we might see 4 or 5 trades tonight. There might only be 3 spots, there might only be 2 spots, but I think we might see a bunch of trading.
I think we are going to see a lot of trades. And also, with regard to the NIL, the NFL itself also has the role to play in this. They've made it very clear with the likes of JJ McCarthy, Anthony Richardson, for quarterbacks especially. The NFL is not a developmental league anymore. Gone are the days of, okay, I'm a bit raw, I've put out 1 year of good tape, but I'm going to go to the league, they'll give me my rookie contract, and then after that I can see if I've got my feet under me. That's not the case anymore. JJ McCarthy's been benched after less than a full season's of work. I still stand by, and look, I get why you would come out this year, because everyone looks at the 27 quarterback class and goes, oh, that's really exciting. But just if I'm taking a single prospect on their own and thinking about their individual development, man, I would have liked Ty Simpson to have spent another year in college. Yeah, I am a big Ty Simpson apologist. I'm not going to lie, I'm a big Ty Simpson apologist. I actually really like him. The problem that Simpson found himself in is that he was a 4th year guy, and the rumours were swirling around that Alabama really weren't that kind of set on him being the starter for the whole of next season anyway. So I think his hand was kind of forced there because he'd only had 1 year on his tape, and really Alabama, really, despite the name, fell apart towards the end of the season there was bad offensive lines. Ryan Williams, the star wide receiver who was meant to be up there with Jeremiah Smith coming into this year, fell off a cliff, 11 drops in the season. And I think Ty Simpson read the tea leaves and was like, I think I'm going to get forced out here. I'm just going to try my hand at a weaker quarterback class and see where it gets me.
Now, we have got some fancy stuff going on YouTube. So for the radio listeners, this is really your push to go and watch it. On the main TalkSport YouTube channel, it's live there now. On TalkSport USA, we've got the chat going. B. Waldron says, go Bears on there immediately. It must be weird for Bears fans. You're not picking all the way until, what, 25 this year? That's
25.
I mean, what a treat for you. It means you're going to be staying up significantly later if you're here in the UK, though, trust me. Look, get involved there, but we have got some fancy graphics and things, and so we can see for the first time tonight, flashed up on the screen, I want to see Dom Corbett's big board.
Get it up.
His top 50 prospects for the year.
Oh,
there
look at
and
that.
Doesn't it look sexy?
And you know what? Everything is going to be completely correct about that. Like, the players are exactly where everyone agrees with. This is all you need to know is this, guys. These are the top 50 guys. This is like the draft passport. All you need to know.
So, look, I know you can't see that everywhere. We will talk through it. Don't you worry. We won't focus on that too much for you at home, but we will go to that on the live feed. We will reference it and we will talk about where you have players positioned. But we are just 3 or 4 minutes away from the 2026 NFL Draft getting officially underway, from Roger Goodell taking to the stage. And we'll be back live up next here on TalkSport 2.
The NFL Draft, live on TalkSport 2.
Middle of the end zone, touchdown!
Back with the NFL Draft live here on Talk Sport 2, Pittsburgh, PA. The hosts tonight, we're here in our studio in South London. I'm Will Gavin. Dom Corbett is alongside me, and we are live both on Talk Sport 2, exclusive to UK radio, and on the Talk Sport USA YouTube channel. In fact, both that and the main Talk Sport channel. But if you want to get involved in the chat, get on the Talk Sport USA channel. Send us a message there. You can get in touch with each of us individually as well. I'm at Will Gavin. On all the socials. Dom, where can people find you?
At Dom Corb's NFL. Get out. I want to see what everyone's thinking about the picks. And indeed, my takes, let me know.
Yeah, exactly. So get in touch with us. Drop us some messages in the chat. We're going to need you. This is going to be the next three and a half hours of our life together, ladies and gentlemen. So let's make sure that we enjoy it together. We chat. We get involved. We won't be tipping picks, don't you worry, here on TalkSport 2. We're going to try and not tip them for ourselves if humanly possible, whilst we do have to keep an eye on social media because we want to be giving you our live reactions as they are. And don't forget that we'll be putting out video of those reactions on the TalkSport USA YouTube channel as well. Fernando Mendoza, the 2025 Heisman Trophy winner, the national champion with the Indiana Hoosiers, and what a story he has had this year. He's at home in Miami, surrounded by his family. We're seeing him on the screen right now. Jeremiah Love, Arvell, Reese, these are the guys expected to be taken at the top end of the draft. They're in there, they're looking calm, they're looking sharp, Dom Corbett, and they are getting ready as we wait for the commissioner to officially get us underway with the 2026 NFL Draft. Final thoughts before we go live.
You know what? I am also keeping an eye out for the draft day fit. I think that's very important. Who's looking good on stage? Look good, feel good, play good.
All right, I like that. I like that a lot. I really now want to go back and watch our coverage from last year's draft, see who we thought looked good, and actually get an impression of how.
I want another Jackson Dart reveal. Oh!
Coming to the stage now, Roger Goodell, flanked by Cam Hayward. Here we are.
The big boy.
Come on, you do better than that. We have over 300,000 people. Let's go. Let's hear you. There you go.
It's his 20th draft as NFL commissioner.
Welcome to the 2026 NFL Draft.
Getting booed.
It's a great
We are
tradition.
proud to be here in a city built on grit, built on steel, and home of the one of most dominant franchises in history. Your six-time Super Bowl champion Pittsburgh Steelers. But tonight we're going to celebrate Western Pennsylvania heritage. And as you can see, I didn't come alone. Steelers captain, 8-time Pro Bowler and Defensive Player of the Year, T.J. Watt. And the heart and soul of the Steelers, a captain, the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Cam Hayward. Take it away, Cam.
Pittsburgh, make some noise! This is Steelers football. Tough, physical, and built to last. But everything we do today is built on the standards set by the legends before us. Let's bring out the men who paved the way to greatness. A Hall of Famer, a true shutdown corner, a piece of the steel curtain, Mel Blount. Now, let's talk some playmakers, some Super Bowl MVPs, Lynn Swann and Hines Ward.
We see these guys coming out onto the stage. Mel Blount, cowboy hat on, terrible towel being waved, Hall of Fame jacket as well. Lynn Swann, obviously a huge part of their Super Bowl 76
And
win,
now,
where he was the MVP.
We got to talk quarterbacks. Two quarterbacks, two eras, one standard, Super Bowl champions, and legends of the city. Ben Roethlisberger. And one more, Terry Bradshaw.
Two-time and four-time Super Bowl champions between them, these two, as we see them coming out to the stage. Ben Roethlisberger, he's not wearing a jacket today. He's just in a nice...
Go Steelers.
Just in a nice zip-up Steelers, as is Terry Bradshaw, to be fair. Coming out waving those terrible towels on the stage as we go back to Goodell.
For the next generation of stars, we will welcome into the National Football League starting tonight. Pittsburgh, this is a moment you all been waiting for. Yins ready? Yeah. All right. The 2026 NFL Draft is officially open. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock.
Here we go, boys. Here we go. Look, Roger Goodell gets the draft underway. He goes for those WWE cheap home pops, asks about Yins, talks about the Steel City, talks about the history of this Raiders team, but... all of it, we are underway and ready to go. Dom, the Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. We've got so many of these prospects that we've not even begun to touch on yet. The guys you like at the top end. But number 6 on your big board is Fernando Mendoza, the quarterback out of Indiana. And listen... you have, again, I'm going to keep saying it, Dom is here as our draft expert, but just I'm going to give my opinion on how I feel about Fernando Mendoza. As we look at the draft room, by the way, Clint Kubiak front and centre. We cut back over to Fernando Mendoza and his family live in Miami on the Fam Cam, as NFL Network have dubbed it, as he gets ready for his phone to ring. A tradition that these teams keep the full 8 minutes on the clock, 10 minutes previously, let it run all the way down, really milk it for their time. Let's just talk about Fernando Mendoza, because for me, there have been some people who have been down on Mendoza because he's not this modern style of quarterback. He's not Josh Allen. He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not this super creative guy in the pocket who's going to throw from crazy arm angles and do all sorts of stuff that is considered just that freak level of athlete. But I think if Fernando Mendoza was coming out in 2010, if he was coming out in the Sam Bradford draft or the Matt Stafford draft, or like if we were talking about him in the past, 6'4", big hands, built like a brick outhouse, good corn-fed Central American college, I think we would be absolutely in love with this guy. And I kind of have fallen in love with Fernando Mendoza over the last few weeks.
I think you kind of have to fall in love with Fernando Mendoza, because this guy has the intangibles that you want at the quarterback position. The more that I've done this, I do love the Josh Allens, the Patrick Mahomes. I love seeing guys throw with crazy arm angles. I love seeing those 50, 60, 70-yard deep balls down the field, running to their right, rolling to their left. But really, so much about playing quarterback in the NFL is, can you keep your team ahead of the chains? Can you hit the open slant? Can you throw a back shoulder fade? It's not the stuff that gets on the highlight reels every week, but those highlight reel plays are 2 a game at most. I mean, unless you're Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. And what Mendoza is all about is bringing a high floor. He can come in day one. He's got that good resume, that build that you've spoken about. He's got that toughness, that winning mentality. In college, he would get absolutely rocked. Like, it would kill me if I took the hits that Fernando Mendoza took in college, and he would get right back up. He'd be out there leading game-winning drives against Penn State, beating Ohio State, beat Oregon away. He has the resume that you want from a first overall pick. Put it against anyone else's resume in the last maybe 10 years. With me, it's up there with Caleb Williams, with what he achieved in college. Winning mentality, decisive. He is good with the ball in his hands. But like you say, he is not this creator. He's not great out of structure. I think he can panic a little bit when the pocket collapses, and he needs to work on that pocket presence as a quarterback that is going to win primarily from the pocket. So there's a lot of stuff to like. I question his ceiling. I love his floor.
I'm not sure I question his ceiling beyond, like, I think if we have realistic expectations, that he's not going to be one of those. I think right now we're talking about a top 6 frame, right? That's how I would frame it at this point. I think I put Drake May into that conversation now, along with those top 5 guys who we've kind of accepted are the top 5 guys, right? I'm putting Justin Herbert in there as well. That's a personal
I love
thing.
him. I love him.
Yes.
I'm there with you. I'm there with you.
Okay,
My sweet prince. I won't say anything bad about Justin Herbert.
Wonderful. That's good to know that we're at that same stage. Look, for me, yes, he's not those guys, but can he be a top 12 quarterback in the NFL? Will he be standing in the pocket and ripping passes outside the hashes, across his body, outside the numbers? Yes, absolutely. Is he a guy who, if they go and get receivers for him as well, I mean, the receiving talent in Las Vegas, there are big question marks on it. A lot of talk about whether they'll go and get a Surratt, his Indiana teammate at wide receiver, maybe in the 2nd or 3rd round to try and support him. But I think his 3rd and 4th down stats are unbelievable. His ability in 4th quarters and overtime has been unbelievable. He showed his running ability in the national championship, rushing in that touchdown, which will become an all-time famous moment. And guess what? They didn't take the full 8 minutes. The pick is in. I think we all know who it is. But I am big on Fernando Mendoza being a quick success in the NFL. But let me ask you your feeling on the Raiders' approach to Fernando Mendoza, because they went and got Kirk Cousins on admittedly a very cheap veteran deal because of the Falcons paying half of it essentially. Clint Kubiak through this whole offseason has talked about how his approach is that these guys should ideally sit if they can. As much as we're all convinced this is the de facto number 1 pick, should be the number 1 pick, they've put good stuff around him. Tyler Linderbaum coming in, like they've invested in that line. When does he actually make his first start?
It's going to be a tough one to call because I think that Kirk Cousins is actually a very competent starter. For all of his flaws, Kirk Cousins can steady the ship. And the Kubiak system is not an easy one for quarterbacks to immediately take to, especially when the jump from college to the NFL for quarterbacks is already massive, even if you have a quote-unquote simple NFL system. I mean, I say that with a heavy pinch of salt there. And I think Kubiak would ideally like Kirk Cousins to start the entire season. The question, though, becomes, if you start to have a losing record, if the press and the fans and indeed the team around you start to put a bit of pressure on you, why are we not starting the guy that gives us our best shot? Then it might get a bit tricky for him. We'll see. I reckon money on the table mid-season.
NFL draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana.
Look, Roger Goodell comes out and gives one of the least surprising number 1 overall picks we've seen in modern history. Fernando Mendoza, the Indiana quarterback, goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. We've just been discussing prior to the selection the idea that they're going to sit him till probably midway through the season, maybe 12, maybe even that whole first year. We'll see what Kirk Cousins has to offer them. But he's going to a situation with Clint Kubiak as a hot, attractive new head coach, a Super Bowl winner as offensive coordinator, with Tom Brady there ready to give him all the advice he could possibly need, with Kirk Cousins. And let's be honest, between Fernando Mendoza and Kirk Cousins, the number of gosh darn it's and who dang it's we're going to be hearing in practice between these two very clean-cut American gentlemen is going to be astonishing. But I absolutely love this pick. I love the player. I love the fit. I am ready for the Fernando Mendoza era in Las Vegas.
I think Las Vegas Raiders fans are very ready for it as well. And what I would say about Clint Kubiak and the fit is one of my comparisons for Fernando Mendoza is Sam Darnold, a quarterback that has just won a Super Bowl with that very same coach. And that's the thing, is that we have this conundrum, right, of quarterbacks. We always chase, and teams would obviously love a Josh Allen, a Patrick Mahomes. But if we look at Josh Allen, he's not got a ring. Who does have a ring? Joe Flacco has a ring. Obviously, Sam Darnold has a ring. It's not just because you are the best quarterback that you therefore are the best team. And actually, Mendoza brings that high floor. The ceiling we will remain to be seen. But if you have Tyler Linderbaum, great center, you add some playmakers, you've got Brock Bowers there already. If you can continue to build around Ashton Genty in the offensive line.
Let's hear from Fernando Mendoza speaking right now about how the last 5 months have changed his life.
It's a blessing by God, and I can't thank him enough. I'm just looking forward to get to work, prove at the next level. College was fantastic. I'm so blessed to have that career. But now I step into a great game of the NFL. Look forward to proving and earning it every single day.
You're going to the Las Vegas Raiders. What excites you the most about this opportunity?
what a great organization, great legacy. There's so many great teammates I'm looking forward to talking to, coaches, owners. I'm ecstatic for the opportunity.
Congratulations.
Thanks so much. God bless.
There we go. Fernando Mendoza speaking briefly at his watch party in Miami. Led Indiana to a 16-0 record in the first national championship in school history, and now is on his way to Las Vegas. And for the most clean-cut gentleman I think we've seen come out in the draft in many a year, what a location to land but Las Vegas.
That guy is already media trained up to the hilt, man. He is a PR dream for the Las Vegas Raiders, and that is part of it as well, right? It's in Las Vegas. You want to have someone that is going to be able to kind of turn down the temptations of Sin City. And Fernando Mendoza, obviously, like we've all been saying, high character guy. He's going to be fantastic in the locker room, and we'll see ultimately when he starts, because that will be something that Clint Kubiak has to manage throughout the season.
And look, the final thought on this before we move on to the Jets, because they've only got 3 minutes left on their pick, and we're going to have to get Will Varney into the studio ready to discuss this one. I went back and I looked over the years that I've been covering this sport, so the last 15 or 16 years, and realistically, beyond Andrew Luck, beyond Joe Burrow, beyond Trevor Lawrence, maybe how I felt about Drake May, although Caleb Williams went ahead of him, there's a lot of guys here that actually, having sat and assessed it, I like him above Bryce Young. I like him above Baker Mayfield. I like him above Kyler Murray. I like him above Jared Goff. Like, I think they are similar players. And actually, I saw Carson Palmer was another fascinating comparison I saw. I'm high on Fernando Mendoza. That is the point. I am a big Fernando Mendoza guy. Let's welcome in our New York Jets beat reporter and mustachioed master of New Jersey. Will Varney is in the studio. Will, how are you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm good, but I'm nervous.
Look, sensational work, first and foremost.
Thank you.
TalkSport USA YouTube channel over recent days. Will has been doing brilliant work on there, speaking to beat writers from all across the league. But you spoke with Rick Spielman from the Jets. There's been this situation with the Jets where David Bailey, Arvell, Reese, the two pass rushers we see at the top of the draft, and a lot of speculation over. The expectation is they'll take one of those guys. Who is it going to be? I feel like in the last few days, it feels like they've been pushing more towards Arvell Reese. They cancelled David Bailey's 30 interview. They told us not to read into that. But Aaron Glenn has been talking a lot about how he wants to get more multiple, how he wants to throw more exotic looks at teams, play around with formation. To me, that's Arvell Reese. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, my questions with this is about the whole Jets process, and obviously we'll get into it further if I see David Bailey take him in the second overall pick. This is nothing against David Bailey, talent-wise, and what he'll bring, but this whole process, I think, has been indicative of a little bit of a mess. And one of the key things that I've struck on with Rich Cimini, when I spoke with him, the ESPN Jets reporter, with Rick Spielman as well, is whether the importance of the franchise relationship with the GM and the head coach. Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji are completely different timelines right now, and I wonder whether that is paramount with what we see from Reese and with Bailey.
Here comes Roger Goodell on his way out to the podium. Let's head over to Pittsburgh, PA to find out who the New York Jets are taking with the second overall pick.
With the second pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select David Bailey.
Oh, my
David
God.
Bailey.
Oh. Everyone thought it was going to be Arvell Reese after they cancelled his 30 appointment. We see David Bailey in his black tuxedo, looking sharp with his sunglasses on. He is making his way out there. Look. He is a first-team AP All-American out of Texas Tech. He is a more prototypical pass rusher, a more four-down guy, a guy who they think has a higher floor immediately in the NFL. But is he a franchise changer? Will Varney next to me is not looking happy.
How do I want to phrase this? I think, for me, why I'm so frustrated with this pick, and like I said, it's nothing against the talent of David Bailey, is this was an opportunity for this franchise to do something really exciting and something with real potential. This is a team that is not looking at 2026. They're already looking at 2027. It's a team that right now, it needs talent, but this right now is the safe pick, and they didn't need to play safe because David Bailey is a floor raiser, But what Arvell Reese could potentially be is your potential superstar. And this is what it comes back to. It becomes a conversation about what Darren Muji wants and what Aaron Glenn wants. Aaron Glenn knows that after a poor season this year, he's out of a job. He needs players who he thinks right now can have an instant impact. He hasn't got time for Arvell Reese because Arvell Reese is a project. He's potential. And this is the issue I have. Now, my frustration with this is this whole process and the top 30 visit is a joke. This is a joke. This man is your second overall pick. You decided not to give him a top 30 visit. You cancelled it, right? If you're cancelling that visit, I can't understand why. The whole top 30 visits, it's not the top 30 players on your board. It's 30 players you want to understand more about. If you're investing second overall in a player, why on earth are you not taking that extra time to do your due diligence and to... It's negligent. It's malpractice to not understand more. The conversations that David Bailey's had.
I'll tell you what I don't understand about it more than anything else is that it's designed to be... Like sometimes... And Darren Muji even talked about this when he was asked about it. Sometimes they invite people in for a top 30 pick as a smokescreen. They want people to think maybe they will take a running back at 5 overall when really they've got no intention of that whatsoever. The only reason I can think that they do that is that they were hopeful that somebody loves Arvell Reese, loves what he offers, and therefore thought that they could get somebody to give them some picks to come and get the Ohio State off-ball linebacker / edge rusher. That's the only reason I could think that they would have done it. Like, let's hear from David Bailey on the stage right now.
The board in the NFL draft. What does it mean to hear your name called this early?
I mean, it's surreal to me, man. This is a great experience. This is an awesome opportunity, and I'm just so grateful, man. Shout out all the fans that came out here. I'm just happy to be here.
How will you immediately impact this Jets defense?
Man, I just want to get in there and just be a sponge, just soak up everything, just, rely on the vets, rely on the staff to make me the best player I can and, help out this organization, man. I feel like this organization is trending in the right way, so, man, I'm just ready to work.
All right, and David, in the last minute, Topps has made your first pro trading card, so go over that.
We don't need to hear about the Topps trading card. Let's come back to us in the studio. Look, we let the Jets fan take a breath. Just give us, as much as this is going to completely change how the top end of this draft potentially looks, just tell us about the prospect in David Bailey, because we shouldn't be completely negative about this guy. He is deserving of being a top pick in this draft.
I wouldn't say second overall worthy top pick, but definitely he is a very talented player, right? He's a juiced up pass rusher. This guy is shot out of a cannon. I mean, you can see David Bailey on a football field immediately because he is one of the fastest players with the quickest get off on the field. And the production speaks for itself. 81 pressures, 15 sacks, almost a 22% pass rush win rate. He is a really good immediate impact pass rusher. You can't hate that in a vacuum, right? But the problem is with David Bailey, and why I'm a bit lower on him, he's 11th on my big board, is he's very stiff. He's only really a 2.5 down player, not a true designated pass rusher, but on obvious rundowns, he's not going to be on the field. And I think Arvell Reese, to Will's point, would have been on the field for all of those 3 downs. And the NFL draft doesn't happen within a vacuum. So I personally would have thought the Arvell Reese selection made more sense, much to what Will was saying. And the Jets, with a team that already has quite a bad PR image, I think the idea of taking David Bailey, which, look, opinion is split. No one's ever right until it's, 5-10 years down the line. But I think it was generally Arvell Reese was seen as the pick there. And I think that would have also made more sense to me.
Can I just raise a couple of extra things? Because what
the floor is yours, brother.
What's incredible to me about this whole thing is that the Jets, when this new organisation, this new regime came in the building, Aaron Glenn, Darren Muji, they said that they were not going to be like Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh. There were going to be no leaks. Well, the national media has been reporting David Bailey for quite the last few weeks, for quite some time. So I think that's a load of nonsense. But the other point of this, I just think there's even more pressure now that you're putting on yourselves, because David Bailey is supposed to be this instant impact that you can put him in right now, and he's going to get you 10 sacks next year. I thought that what they'd done this year in free agency with Joseph Asai, Kingsley Anagbare, the fact that we've got Will McDonald, they traded away Jermaine Johnson. I thought with this new defensive scheme, I thought Arvell Reese would be perfect as the project, and that I'm struggling to get my head around this whole process and why they landed on David Bailey.
Get involved in the chat, by the way, at TalkSport or at TalkSport USA on our YouTube channel. Ollie gets in touch on the chat, says, Will Varney shaking his head with incredulity throughout that Bailey interview was amazing. It looks like there's steam coming out of his moustache right now. Right, the Arizona Cardinals pick is in. We'll stick around for this pick before we take... But maybe no trade, because... we thought that Arizona would be a team to trade out. They thought they wanted to trade out. And maybe with Reese there, that means they're more likely to trade out. But what Reese going at 2 means is that the rest of the board now, Bailey going at 2 now means the rest of the board suddenly changes, because Bailey not going at 2, he could have easily fallen even out of the top 10 based on the needs of the teams after him. Now, if you're Arizona, you were thinking about Love, you were thinking about so many other players. Now you're thinking, oh, is it Arvell, Reese here? It changes the whole texture of the draft from pick 2 onwards. Let's head over to Pittsburgh, PA, and hear who the Cardinals have selected.
With the 3rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah.
Oh, wow!
Oh,
wow!
My.
Positional value is completely out of the window at this point. We talked about it pre-draft, but Jeremiah Love, the Notre Dame running back, who is seen as an incredibly special prospect, goes number 3 overall to the Arizona Cardinals. This is an Arizona Cardinals team who desperately needed edge help, who had, beyond Josh Sweat, absolutely nothing else in that building. What, Baron Browning with his huge 2026 cap hit? They needed O-line. They needed help at linebacker with 2 top guys there. They needed help across the defensive line, and yet they go with the running back. They signed Tyler Algier during this offseason. They've already got James Conner there, admittedly coming off the injury, but they just went, look, we're picking at 3. There's a very special top-tier player there. We are taking running back Jeremiah Love. And the reaction to my left over here from Don Corbett was stunned.
Are we sure this isn't like an AI stream and it's not actually real? Because this for me is the definition of putting the cart before the horse. You're the Arizona Cardinals. You don't have a quarterback. Like you say, you don't have an offensive line that's completely functional. Marvin Harrison Jr. is got a big fat question mark over his head. Defensively, you've drafted how many guys in the first round, or if not first 2 rounds in the last few years, and then to make your team better, you go and draft a running back who, when your team is good, will be at best in the 3rd, 4th year of his rookie deal, and you're going to be paying him premium money. We've already gone over how much is being paid. RB7, that guy now is. I mean, good for Jeremiah Love, man. Getting $50 million now over the next 4 years. Good for him. Fantastic player, by the way. He is, for me, a level of Bijan Robinson kind of guy, right? He is absolutely fantastic. He is well worth a top selection. Top 3, though, man, that is rich for my blood. But I guess they're hoping that Jeremiah Love can be the spark plug of the offense, which is what he can be. Dynamic rushing threat, dynamic receiving threat. This guy's a NFL-ready 3-down running back who will improve the offense, but would he have more of an impact as opposed to Francis Mauigoa as an offensive lineman? Could this be an Ashton Jeanty 2.0 where they have a great running back, but if you have a poor offensive line, you're kind of wanting to maybe look if you've kept the receipt of that pick.
Yeah, I'm really surprised with this. Look, we talk about, and there's this often discussion, right, positional value, but also we talk about whether you draft for need or you need impact. The fact that they went with the running back position here, I completely agree, Dom. I'm worried that this is Ashton Jeanty 2.0. The fact is they have a glaring hole at right tackle. They bring in Elijah Wilkinson from the from the Falcons on a short-term deal. But ultimately, that's still a massive hole. And I know that maybe they think 3 is a little bit rich for Francis Mauigoa or Spencer Fano. And I wonder if they were desperate to trade out of that pick. Ultimately, though, to take running back there after so many holes on the roster, it's way too rich for me.
What I would say, and look, this screams of Ashton Jeanty taken at 6th overall last year, right? They just loved the talent so much they went, yes, okay, this year we might not be a good enough team in the NFC West, which has arguably the 3 best teams in the NFC in it, and the Arizona Cardinals. But I do think you look at the guys at the very top of who have been taken at the top of the draft. So since 2016, in fact, let's hear from Jeremiah Love first.
So much confidence in you over the years. How special is this night and this moment for the 2 of you?
It's very special. You know, my dad was the first person that believed in me, and man, he didn't sacrifice a lot to get me to this point. So I got to pay him back, got to pay my family back, and I'm looking forward to get to work in Arizona. You feel me?
I feel you. You are the first running back to be taken in the top 5 since 2018. Why will your skill set translate to the NFL?
I mean, it's just a blessing, you know. I feel very honored to represent the running backs, and I'm going to put on for them. I'm going to put on for all football players. I'm going to put on for Notre Dame. I'm going to put on for my family. And lastly, I'm going to put on for the Cardinals. We're going to do some special things together.
Congratulations, Jeremiah.
Thank you.
Talking about his dad, who's a former coach and player, of course, as well. Jeremiah Love there. And listen, when you look at the running backs who've been taken in the top 10 over the last 10 years, Bijan Robinson, Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, Ezekiel Elliott. Arguably Leonard Fournette to the Jags is the only one on that list that you'd maybe say wasn't as successful as where he was picked, right? Ashton Genty, 1 year, we can't rule out that he's still going to be absolutely sensational at this point. I still believe the talent is good enough. For where he is playing, it seems stunning to me. But what it does mean is Tennessee are not only on the clock, but the pick is already in. If you are Robert Saleh, who we are now seeing in the Raw Room, shaking the hand of his general manager, they are absolutely delighted because they have... Arguably, right, Sonny Styles would be an amazing pick here in terms of what he loves. How many times have they picked Sonny Styles in the next 10 minutes? Are we going to say the name Fred Warner is the question, because that is the defense that he comes from. He did a brilliant job with the linebackers at the New York Jets as well, bringing in Quincy Williams and the guys who were already there. But as a guy who loves to play 4 down, as a guy who loves to rush the passer, Arvell Reese in Robert Saleh's defense, being able to play multiple positions, I am excited by that as a concept. I am not surprised that they got the pick in with still nearly 6 minutes left on their clock. 8-minute
We're
clock,
rattling through
and they got
this.
it in with 5 minutes 47. We haven't taken a break in absolutely ages as Roger Goodell is making his way out onto the stage. At number 4 overall, the Tennessee Titans ran their pick into the podium, or the proverbial as such. Who are they taking, Rog?
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Carnell Tate.
Wow! Whoa! Right. The first 4 picks in this draft, other than Fernando Mendoza, picks 2 through 4, have all been absolutely stunning to me. Now, don't get me wrong. The Tennessee Titans need a wide receiver. Wan'Dale Robinson on a 4-year, $78 million deal, reuniting him with Brian Daboll. It still remains a need. But for a team with so much need elsewhere, they brought in Jermaine Johnson at edge. You know, the O-line is still a big need for them. Linebacker, as I already mentioned, is a huge need for them. And yet the first guy off the board from Ohio State isn't Downs, isn't Styles, isn't Reese. It's Carnell Tate. Look at that.
I'm absolutely stunned by that, because we got to remember that Arvell Reese is still on the board. And I think that for a lot of teams that want to draft Arvell Reese, that might be the Chiefs, might be the Saints, the Titans could have traded down. They could have got extra draft capital to build around Cam Ward. I am stunned that the Cardinals didn't trade down. I'm quite surprised the Titans didn't trade down. Daniel Jeremiah was saying that teams loved Carnell Tate and that he was potentially on the board for the Jets at 2. I like Carnell Tate. I think he's a very good wide receiver. He's an elite deep threat immediately. And with Cam Ward, who throws a very, very pretty deep ball, that's going to be a fantastic link-up. And I'm not a Wan'Dale Robinson believer. I know that Brian Daboll is, but I'm definitely not. And Elika Oman, or the rookie from last year, they did need some firepower. It's a deep wide receiver class, though. I think they could have got a guy on day 2. Maybe traded back up into the end of round 1 if they really wanted someone. I think that you got to look at who's been left on the board here for the Tennessee Titans. I like Carnell Tate. He does not profile as an alpha wide receiver 1. Jamar Chase, different draft class, obviously, was taken with the 5th overall pick. This, to me, is a little bit early for a receiver that can't be a true 1, that is limited against press coverage, a bit tall, a bit lanky. I think that's a bit punchy for me.
I am astonished. The last 3 picks have really, really flown off the board and been genuinely surprising. And now the New York Giants, who after trading away Sexy Dexy to the Cincinnati Bengals for the number 10 overall pick, are picking up next and again at 10 with an incredible amount of defensive talent still on the board, with those 2 playmakers at wide receiver and running back already off. Fascinating to see what they do. We'll find out up next here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport USA YouTube channel. Stay locked in.
The NFL Draft, live on TalkSport 2.
With the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, TAPS, one of the NFL's Salute to Service partners, we are honored to recognize the surviving family of United States Army Major Paul C. Volke. Major Volke sustained tragic, fatal injuries while deployed in Afghanistan. He is survived by his spouse, Tracy, and their two sons, Andrew and Benjamin. Major Volke was raised in the Hudson Valley and was a lifelong fan of the New York Giants, a tradition he proudly passed on to his sons. Volke family, take it away.
With the 5th overall pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Arvell Reese, linebacker from the Ohio State University.
Love it. I mean, I know he is not the prototypical, like David Bailey maybe made more sense in terms of what would be a fit for a Robert Saleh system, but get the best defensive player on the board, arguably, in the entire draft. 3 guys coming out of OSU who could all take that title in Arvell Reese, Caleb Downs, and Sonny Styles. But Arvell Reese goes to the New York Giants at pick 5 overall. I'm going to get the boys' reaction to that. I'm Will Gavin. I've got draft expert Dom Corbett and now Sam Harris, co-host of the Across the Formation podcast from TalkSport, alongside me. But just some news during the break. The New York Giants made their pick. The Kansas City Chiefs moved up from pick 9 to pick 6 with the Cleveland Browns, giving them a 3rd and a 5th in exchange. The 74 and about 174 this year, you said, somewhere around there. We'll get that for confirmed for certain in a minute. To move up from 9 to 6. They have made their pick. We'll be hearing that momentarily. And the Washington Commanders are on the clock. So we are rattling through this. It proves incredibly cheap to move up 3 spots in the top 10. I'd say normally going from 9 to 6 in the average draft, you'd be paying a 2nd round pick for it. They pay just a 3rd and a 5th, maybe even a 1st. Like if you're a kind of team that would normally be expected to be further back in the round than 9. But let's talk Arvell Reese first. New York Giants, the fit, the player. I love watching this guy play.
I love watching Arvell Reese play, but I'll start with the fit. They've got Brian Burns as one outside linebacker, and they've got Abdul Carter as their other outside linebacker. Unless they're planning on playing Arvell Reese more as a kind of off-ball guy, then that of course can fit. But I really did not think that would be the pick from a team building perspective when they've already spent that pick on Abdul Carter. But look, Arvell Reese is absolutely fantastic. He is really powerful. He's really strong, just stonewalls offensive lineman. He's got genuine pass rushing ability, good power, good speed, versatile as well. Immensely high ceiling. Immensely high ceiling. Maybe they want to use him in that Micah Parsons role for the Packers this year. Have him over the center. He picks his gap and he just sends it. But he's a developmental guy. It's going to take some time for him to get there. I think he's not going to hit the ground running. Maybe he can learn from Burns.
I've got to say, my feeling on it is a bit different having watched it, because I heard a lot about that. And yes, they've got Abdul Carter and they've got Brian Burns. I suspect Kayvon Thibodeau is as on the trade block as he's ever been right now that he's the 4th guy in that room. They've gone and got the best player available on their board, which I am absolutely, completely happy with. Denables, we don't know what his defense is going to look like. But people keep saying to me, like, well, he's more of an off-ball linebacker who is being projected to be an edge and has the ability. I watched his snaps, right? He's a brilliant off-ball linebacker. His reading of the game is fantastic, super smart, more of a downhill guy than a coverage guy, but maybe that's what you want if you want an edge rusher. But his first step is unbelievable. He has a bag of pass rush moves already, despite only playing 30-40% of his snaps there. This doesn't feel to me like a jack of all trades who happens to be able to play 2 positions. I think he's a guy who, if I was picking him as just an off-ball linebacker, or if I was picking him as just an edge, I think he's a top 10 at either position.
I think it's interesting with the jack of all trades, because the end of that sentence is master of none. And the problem is that he hasn't really mastered off-ball linebacker or edge yet, I would say. But what's interesting, he did an interview where he was breaking down his pass rush tape. He said that, I didn't even know what move I was doing there. No one coached me at Ohio State. I'm just winging it. And when a guy is winning as consistently and as quickly and as dominantly as Arvell Reese was in college, without even being taught how or what to do, then, the sky is the limit with him. I am just interested as to how the Giants are going to use him with the guys they've already got on the roster.
So I take the other thing this does indicate to me, as much as we already talked about what happened with Jeremiah Love in this draft and positional value, is what this does say to me is that Sonny Styles is much more of a need for them. Unless they're going to play Arvell Reese as an off-ball linebacker, which is a possibility. Tremaine Edmonds came in to replace Bobby Okereke, but he didn't have a great season with the Bears last year and is probably on the downtrend of his career. Age 29, 30 season coming up. Like, they needed that player more, but you don't take an off-ball linebacker in the top 5. They have another pick coming up at 10. Maybe they hope that Sonny Styles or Caleb Downs is still going to be there, or they go and do something on the interior of the line. Ioane might be there. Vega Ioane could be a pick for them because they've got their tackles sorted in theory, but might need some help on the interior.
You know what I'm looking at?
I think this feels to me like it's like we've got 2 picks in the top 10. We know this is a bit luxury, but let's do something a bit luxury.
I'm looking at the depth chart and I wonder really if Brian Burns actually isn't potentially on the trade block instead of Kayvon Thibodeau, just because he's getting a bit older. He wasn't as productive last year. They have this pick on the house now. They've got 10. Why not swing for it?
Right, the Chiefs don't normally pick at 9. Now they're picking at 6. It's their first pick in the top 10 since Patrick Mahomes. They've traded up to this position. Rog, where they going?
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Mansoor Delane.
Wow. Okay. Right. This draft is wild. I know we shouldn't listen and pay attention to too much of the mock drafts and boards and everything else. It's wild to me because I really like Mansoor Delane's tape. I think there is every argument that he is the number 1 corner in this draft, even though, you know, Jamod McCoy, if the injury problems are something you get past, maybe has a higher ceiling than him. But why did you need to go from 9 to 6 again? Tell me who the team who was picking between the Browns, Commanders, and maybe the Saints. But which of those players was picking a corner? Who was the team going for them?
Maybe the Saints is the best I can give you.
Maybe
there.
the Commanders would love off the board, but
trading up for Mansoor Delane, again, a good player. Like, these guys are good players. Don't get me wrong. I really don't think they've drafted it's not Cole Strange for the Patriots a few years ago. They've not sold the house for it either. It's cheap to trade up. I think that the movement from 9 to 6 is maybe throwing us off a bit, considering it didn't really cost them all that much. But the Chiefs have shown over recent years they're very good at drafting and building up late round cornerbacks. Noel Williams in the 5th round, right? A lot of Chiefs fans were in my comments and my mock saying, we don't need a corner this early. We draft our own, we can build our in-house talent. And now they've traded up for Mansoor Delane, who's a good, not great cornerback prospect. I mean, they obviously see him very differently, but this is a guy that's going to improve the secondary. He's a really high floor guy, sticky in man coverage, able to sit off in zone coverage as well. But wow, Mansoor Delane at 6. Again, I question this if this is AI.
Can we if you're on the live stream watching on YouTube, either on the TalkSport YouTube channel or on TalkSport USA, and I've seen a lot of people in the comments there. I apologise that we've not been getting involved. Chris and Bubba and Ollie and Waldron and everyone else who's getting involved in there. We will get some of those messages. Can we see the big board now as it looks with the top 6 picks off there, just to see Dom Corbett's big board? Because right now your number 1 player, Sonny Styles, is still there. I can't believe it. Your number 3 player, Rueben Bain Jr. with his T-Rex arms, is there. Caleb Downs is still there. Makai Lemon, who you have above Carnell Tate, is still there. Like, you do feel like these teams coming up in the next few picks have got some really, really great talent to work from. And I think for the Browns, dropping to 9, seeing we can still get the best tackle on the board at 9 quite easily when I see what's ahead of us. I mean, Sam Harris is with us as well. That feels to me like...
I think the Browns might be playing a bit of a blinder here, which in previous years, on just in their
sorry,
history of their...
We really are in a different world right now.
I think this is AI.
I know it's late and I've had a couple of double espressos, but yeah, as you've mentioned a few times, Dom, I feel like this is AI at the moment. And one thing I did want to say, I know you guys saw Will Varney's face earlier, he does still get to see Arvell Reese play in New York, just unfortunately it's now for the Giants, not the Jets. I'm sorry about that one.
He's still going to make MetLife his home. That's the point. So Mansoor Delane, the LSU corner, 8 career interceptions between LSU and his original college, Virginia Tech. He goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean... 3-time Super Bowl champions over the last 6 years. The Washington Commanders pick is in 7. I mean, they used their whole 8 minutes whilst we were just dealing with the fact that there was a trade right now. So we haven't really done a traditional look at a team so far because this has been so wild. The Washington Commanders, an interesting team to me because NFC Championship game 2 years ago, fell off last year. Age was a huge problem for them. In fact, pick 7 and 8 are in. The Cleveland Browns are on the clock, so we might see these back-to-back quickly here. Big drop-off. Age a big problem for them, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. They have big needs at edge, despite bringing a Dafayao in. Big needs at corner. Maybe that's why they moved above them. They only have a Meek Robertson. Big needs on the O-line beyond left tackle. Needs at wide receiver behind Terry McLaurin. Lots of potential options here as we head to Roger Goodell, flanked by some legends.
NFL Man of the Year award, presented by Nationwide, is awarded to one player each year and celebrates their profound impact on and off the field. I'm joined on stage by former winners Lynn Swann and Jerome Bettis.
The bus looks like it could still play, by the way. Jerome Bettis, I bet him to go and get 4 yards in an NFL game now.
Member to the prestigious club 2 months ago, Super Bowl champion and 6-time All-Pro Bobby Wagner. Way to go, Bobby.
Bobby.
On behalf of the Payton family and Nationwide, I encourage players drafted this week to make their community and the league a better place. You want to go for it or you want me? With the 7th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Sonny Styles.
He is the number 1 player on Dom Corbett's board, and I think for the first time since Fernando Mendoza at 1, everyone sat there and nodded and smiled. That is the first time we haven't been stunned by a pick so far. Big for an off-ball linebacker. 6'5", 244. Great downhill, great eyes. I absolutely understand why he's your number 1 guy in the draft. I love this guy, and I love the fit in Washington with Dan Quinn.
He just does everything. He is so well-rounded. Ticks all 3 boxes you want from a linebacker. He's great in pass coverage, great as a pass rusher, good in the run game as well. This guy's a heat-seeking missile in run defense. Running backs think they've got a massive gap. Oh no, wait, Sonny Styles with that 6'5" frame is right in that hole. Really comfortable in coverage, a converted safety. First of all, how is he playing safety at all, by the way, at 6'5" in that way? Goodness gracious me. But really sure tackler. If it wasn't for that final game, if it wasn't for the game against Indiana, would have only had a 0% missed tackle rate. He is, though, interesting with that frame, he's very tall, right? 6'5" is 98th percentile. And interestingly, when he first transitioned to linebacker, he struggled against those small bowling ball running backs. You know, those ones that are a bit like Maurice Jones-Drew. You know, they just run right through you, they're low, and they just put their crown into your, well, what would be your chest. For Arvell, for Sonny Styles, that's even lower for him. It's his stomach, and he found that difficult to tackle those guys, a lot of them in the NFL. But man, this guy is a game-changing player on the defensive side of the ball. And for the Commanders, who I think lack talent, I would have almost liked them to trade down. But when Styles is there as the number 1 player on my board, and I'm sure because the Commanders no ball, he would have been the number 1 player on their board, you take the talent.
Of course, Lorenzo Styles, his father, was a Super Bowl winner with the Los Angeles Rams. Funny seeing Kurt Warner on the stage, who must be watching the son of his teammate on that Rams Super Bowl team walking up to accept the jersey from Roger Goodell, put the Commander's cap on his head. Everyone must be feeling a little bit old right now, but Sonny Styles, also one of the great names in this year's draft, goes into that defense and look, obviously, yeah, Bobby Wagner has been there the last couple of years, but really was showing his age. Like we saw the Commanders when they came over and played in Madrid, and Wagner had 2 goal line stops where just between his physicality, his eyes, his football smarts, he made incredible plays. You're like, there's still the Hall of Famer. But you watched him on the down-to-down basis, and the speed really began to tell. They went and got Leo Chenal in this offseason. They still have Frankie Louvu there. Leo Chenal, for me, is much more of a... I don't think he's an every down linebacker. linebacker.
Yeah.
I think this is a guy you can play in nickel packages, you can play in dime packages, you can use Frankie Louvu much more in that movable way that they like to move him. I think this fits really, really nicely with what they're doing there. And we're going to be seeing him in London this year. Sonny Styles, welcome to the International Series as well.
Big up Sonny Styles, man. Like you say, just so versatile. And defenses in the NFL these days want to be versatile. They want to show you one look pre-snap and then rotate to a different look post-snap. When you've got Sonny Styles, you can have him on the line of scrimmage, drop back, you can have him rush the pass, he can do it all.
Let's hear from Sonny Styles and then we'll hear from you, Sam Harris.
I love the game. I love the guys. I love the brotherhood. I'm excited to be part of the organization. Coach Quinn, Mr. Peters, the whole staff. I love everyone there. I remember I was there a few weeks ago. I told Coach Quinn, I was like, hopefully I'll be back soon. And he said, we'll see. So I'm super happy.
You have now been drafted. Your brother Lorenzo Jr. will be drafted this weekend. What do you remember about being little boys and imagining this night?
Man, Zoe's, he's my best friend, my inspiration. Just chasing him around. We dreamed about this since we were 5 years old. So to see it all happen, we're living out the dream. But it's just the beginning. Just the beginning.
Enjoy this.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Sam, you were about to jump in, but we had to hear from Sonny Styles, who, like you say, his brother's going to be drafted this weekend. His dad's a former NFL player and a Super Bowl champion. And the Saints are not only on the clock, but the pick is in. And by the way, the Browns pick is in as well. When are we ever going to take breaks during this live stream?
They're flying through this, aren't they?
Right, Sam, we'll get to you in a moment. Let's take a break right now. And we'll be back in time to hear who the Saints are taking up next.
The NFL Draft, live on TalkSport 2.
Middle of the end zone, touchdown.
We are back with NFL Live on TalkSport 2 and on the TalkSport USA YouTube channel, bringing you the 2026 NFL Draft. The brilliant Zach Jackson in the other room. Can we see the picks made so far, the full board, as we are through 7 picks of this year's draft, as what has been a wild one so far? That's Dom's big board. Can we see the picks as they've been made so far, if they are ready to go? If not, don't worry, I can get them up on here. As we wait for the pick from the New Orleans Saints at pick 8, and we wait wait for. The Cleveland Browns have already made their pick at pick 9 as well. But the draft as it has gone so far, and absolutely wild as it has gone so far, because there have been some picks we just have not expected. Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall to the Las Vegas Raiders. The Jets then took David Bailey, the edge rusher, at 2. Jeremiah Love at 3 to the Cardinals. Let's see who's going to go at 8 to the New Orleans Saints, because here comes Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell's doing the wind-up signal with his hand. I mean, we don't need this to go any quicker, Commissioner. Like, we've got plenty of time. Here we go. Over to Roger Goodell for the New Orleans Saints pick at number 8. Cleveland are up next, then the New York Giants at 10. Oh, come on. They're just letting the music go. What is... I can't even... I'm trying to hear
Americans
what the
can't do
is.
Sweet Caroline like the Brits can. I'm
No,
sorry.
I mean, no one wants it done anyway. Come on. Let's go. Come on, Commish.
Pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Jordan Tyson, wide receiver, Arizona State.
All right, Jordan Tyson, really interesting pick at this stage. The Saints certainly had wide receiver as a draft need for them. We knew that this might be the case, but Jordan Tyson has been a really interesting prospect to follow over the last few weeks, because couldn't test at the combine, had the basically 2025 written off, but a lot of people believe that he was the best wide receiver on the board, has the highest ceiling. Still, people, despite the fact there's still apparently niggling injuries there that could see him drop, people were telling us he was still a top 10 guy. Have they just gone and got themselves Chris Olave 2.0 for the New Orleans Saints?
That's what's interesting. I would say that Makai Lemon is more like Chris Olave in how they play, and I'm really big on, with wide receiver rooms, having a diversification of skill sets. So you have different guys that can do different things, and I think that Lemon and Olave would have had too much of an overlap. With Tyson and Olave, with Shook as their young promising quarterback, that's a really good wide receiver duo, if, of course, Jordan Tyson can stay healthy. But this guy moves like a wide receiver 1. If you watch him on tape, you don't have to be an expert, you don't have to be a specialist. You just turn on any of his tape. He moves like Justin Jefferson. I nearly said JJ Watt there. A little bit too positive of praise for that, but he moves like Justin Jefferson, and that's what got teams interested. The injury, though, is a concern.
I love this for Chris Olave. He took some big hits last year, pretty much being the only target.
But I think his relative health was a real positivity for the Saints last year.
Yeah, I just think that now he's not going to be in double coverage all the time. It frees up both of them. I love this pick for them. This is a lot of fun at the moment. I really enjoy myself. Feels like we're watching this at 1.5 speed as well, doesn't it?
What it is for me as well is like, you have the real benefit that you went and took Tyler Shook in the second round last year, and it's worked out. And I really think over the last 8 games of last season, he looked like a franchise quarterback. He looked like a first round pick, right? They go out and they make big moves in the offseason, bring Travis Etienne in. Alvin Kamara, we don't know whether or not he'll still be there. We expected a retirement, but we thought that would have come by now. Bringing David Edwards to try and solidify their line. I mean, Cesar Ruiz is still there, which could be a problem, but they feel like they have their tackles in Banks and Fuaga. They feel like they have their quarterback now. They now have 2 good receivers. This is an offense which really looks like it could sing. For a guy in Kellen Moore who, that is his side of the ball, basically, if he is healthy, this is a great pick. It is just that big if.
We got to look back at this in a few years' time to really assess how good this pick was. Right now, obviously, it's a bit marred by the hamstring injury. He's never had a fully healthy season. And when you add him with Chris Olave, who himself has injury concerns, you're potentially looking at the Saints maybe at one point in the season having just regular civilians like us 3 out there as their wide receivers. But if he is healthy, if Shook can continue to develop and play nicely, if Olave can stay on the field, man, I think the Saints are a bit of a dark horse.
It's such a winnable division as well. Like, We've got 100%. Some choice words for that division on the Cross the Formation podcast, don't we?
The division of disgrace.
Yes, there you go. I love this. They're attacking it, and I think this could be a great pick for them.
Let's hear from Jordan Tyson singing along, getting emotional during the walk.
So thankful, so blessed. The Lord's doing work on me. He's not done. We're just going to keep this thing rolling. I'm going to give it my all, and that's all I can do.
What can you say to those out there who may deal with adversity, injuries in this game, some of the things that you've handled about perseverance?
The Lord said it's going to be hard, and you have to persevere. Life is not easy. Keep going, boy. You got it. You strong. I promise you, you're so strong. Just keep going. You got it.
Congratulations.
Right, let's just recap where we are so far, because I started to do it before the commissioner came out onto the podium. Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall. I mean, as chalky pick as you could expect. The New York Jets then stunned the world by taking David Bailey 2nd overall and leaving Arvell Reese on the board. Jeremiah Love goes to the Arizona Cardinals at 3. Again, the pick itself slightly stunning considering how many needs they've got, but the player we all in this room absolutely love. Carnell Tate goes at 4 to the Titans. Again, we expected defense, maybe offensive line, something to try and shore up the trenches. Instead, they go and make a big splash and take the first receiver off the board. The New York Giants then do take Arvell Reese at 5. Maybe not a need, but it is a top tier player, and they still have pick number 10 coming up shortly. The Kansas City Chiefs trade up from 9 to 6, giving up a 3rd and a 5th round pick to move up ahead of the Commanders and the Saints, and they take cornerback Mansoor, Delane, Sonny Styles, the linebacker, and number 1 guy on your board goes to the Washington Commanders at 7. Then we've just seen the Saints take Jordan Tyson, and now the Cleveland Browns with Roger Goodell heading out onto the podium. They've got lots of needs. O-line, wide receiver, corner, edge. Where are they going to go?
Pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Cleveland Browns select Spencer Fano, tackle, Utah.
Huge amount of talk going through this week that the Browns were going to go offensive line, wide receiver. That's been apparently the conversation all week. They are one of 5 teams who have 2 picks in this first round. And at 9, having traded down from 6, they do get the top tackle on their board. Spencer Fano out of Utah. Thoughts on the player?
Well, first of all, it's a great move to trade down and get the player they probably would have drafted at 6 anyway. So you love that for the Browns. Like Sam was saying, it's a very oddly good Browns move, I would say. However, with the player, I mean, Spencer Fano, really great player. I do really like him, 12th on my big board, but the Browns need a tackle. I have no issue with him being taken a little bit earlier than where I have him. He just moves so well. He basically moves like a tight end at the offensive tackle position. Just glides out there, can nullify speed with that ability to move. Great athlete, strong outside hand to stop power, really strong run blocker. He is, however, a huge size outlier. 14th percentile height, 25th percentile weight, and sub 33-inch arms. Now, those are not the death knell of an offensive prospect by any means, but it is going to be against the grain if he succeeds.
Let's see your best on the board up on YouTube if you are watching there, and see while the Cleveland Browns have made their pick, the pick is in for the New York Giants at 10 as well. Some big players available here. Do they help the quarterback with a Makai Lemon? Do they take another Ohio State defensive player in Caleb Downs? I mean, maybe they take another edge rusher based on the sort of stuff they've been doing so far.
Yeah, I was going to say.
With the 10th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Francis Mauigoa.
Yeah, I mean, you can react. That's all right. Francis Mauigoa goes at 10th overall out of Miami. The tackle who many see as a prospect who could move inside. We were just talking about arm length, height, and everything else with Fano going off the board. The Giants, I mean, they believe that they have their bookend tackles already, as much as countryman Jermaine Illuminor had his best season last year. Right tackle signed a 2-year deal there. Andrew Thomas on the left-hand side. Is this a guy who comes in and kicks inside? I mean, Ravens fans will tell you Daniel Falele is not a guy you want to be relying on at the right guard position. And Francis Mauigoa, who's coming out in a brilliant, huge, he's got a wooden lei around his neck and then a huge wreath around there. His suit itself showing his Islander history. That is an absolute look from this young man. American Samoan, volleyball player, weirdly, as well. What do you make of this pick for the Giants?
So my reaction was initially because I thought they were going to take Caleb Downs, and I was like, oh my God, how can you leave him on the board? However, very quickly, if you were watching the live stream, you would have seen I kind of gathered myself, and I was like, you know what? That's actually a very good pick. I think this is very sensible, actually. You've got your defensive player already, and you've got Jackson Dart, who had his own injury concerns with how he carries himself as a rusher, which is very problematic. But also, their offensive line isn't that solid. And what Mauigoa gives you is the ability to put your best 5 guys out there. He could play left, he could play right tackle, he could play guard, and that just allows you to have a bit of flexibility. You've got Cam Scatterby, you can build around the run game, you can protect Jackson Dart. I think this is actually a really, really nice pick. It might have been a bit marred by leaving Caleb Downs on the board, but I will never hate building your trenches around your young, promising quarterback, and you have Malik Neighbors coming back healthy. The Giants, with their new head coach, obviously, in Harbaugh, they're looking much improved.
Can I tell you what my plan was after you'd finished telling us about Mauigoa, who is a great player, and I'm glad we got to hear about him? I was sitting here going, this board has fallen beautifully for the Dallas Cowboys, who are desperate to take Caleb Downs at 12. Well, they're not going to do that. They have traded 2 fifth-round picks to move up from 12 to 11 ahead of the Miami Dolphins, a feeling that the Dolphins are literally a best player available team, right? They are as stripped back as any team has been. $180 million in dead cap space this year. They are happy to get extra picks, even if they are in the 5th round. The Dallas Cowboys, I mean, they are coming up to get their man, I am absolutely sure. We had them coming up all the way to 3 in our mock draft, Sam Harris.
So did I, by the way, so you're not alone, don't worry.
Let's hear from Francis Mauigoa, because he looks like a character.
Die about this shit, man. Man, I'm ready to die for you, man. I know a lot of things has happened, bro, but I'm ready to die for you, bro.
You have an ode to American Samoa on your jacket and your family, and even growing up there, you had to create your own football gear. There's a lot of kids that you're a role model for. They're watching tonight. What's your message to them?
Hey, man. Born and raised in American Samoa, man. Never thought I could be here, man. If I can do it, you can do it. Simple as that.
Congratulations.
That is what you want to hear from your 10th overall pick. I am ready to die for you, Sam Harris.
Yeah, well, we heard a certain Patriots player say it last year, and he had some issues this season, let's be honest.
It's not a bad shout.
I do love those 2 picks, and I think they've probably got either the Jets or the Cardinals to thank for that. I don't think they probably saw Reese falling to 5 for them, which probably allowed them then to, do you know what, let's make a sensible decision here and protect Jackson Dart. And looks like they're going to believe now in Scatterbo as well. So I really like that pick right then.
The Cowboys war room looks ecstatic. Jerry up out of his seat, high-fiving everyone. We'll get their pick up next here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport USA YouTube channel.
The NFL Draft, live on TalkSport 2.
Middle of the end zone, touchdown.
You're back with the NFL Draft live here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport USA YouTube channel. And you've got to feel for the Bubba King in our chat on YouTube, who I've just scrolled back over the chat over the past. Michael Boyle, loving my T-Rex arms line, was begging for Caleb Downs to fall to the Dolphins at 11, and then has had nothing short of a meltdown in the comments after the Cowboys traded up to 11. Roger Goodell, who are they picking?
11th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Caleb Downs, defensive back, Ohio State.
I hate how great of a pick this is for the Dallas Cowboys, because he has fallen to them. They had to move up and use a couple of those fifth-round picks that they've got, late fifth-round picks, but I'm sure they will not mind, because they got a guy who should have been number one on their board based on their needs, who is absolutely perfect for what they do and fit in their defense. And with a new defense coordinator coming in, he has now got this brilliant new piece to work with, Dom.
I mean, there's an argument that he was the best player in this class. It's just about that position that he plays being a safety. But this guy's game awareness, game IQ is second to none. The only other player that I could compare it to is Travis Hunter, and that was someone that just sees the game in slow motion. It's like Caleb Downs is playing with a bunch of JV players. He's just so ahead. He is the quarterback of the defense. He is able to kind of play Jedi mind games on quarterbacks, make them second guess what they're seeing. He can start from the deep safety position, come downhill, great against the run, great against the pass. He is just that leader on the defense. What a player, what a pick as well for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, we had them moving up in our mock draft on across the formation, all the way up into the top 5. And honestly, I think they would have taken any of the Ohio State guys at that point. Desperate for a linebacker. I mean, they haven't had a great off-ball linebacker since Sean Lee, who, when I looked into this, only retired 5 years ago. It feels like it was about 10 years ago. But that's definitely still a position of need for them. Maybe they come back into the first round. Maybe there's a Jacob Rodriguez or someone they like that there. But Will, I mean, in the NFC East, they are going to be absolutely livid that this guy's fallen to the Cowboys.
Well, let's be honest. 2 teams have done them a favour here. The first being the Tennessee Titans taking Carnell Tate, and secondly, the Cincinnati Bengals trading for Dexter Lawrence. Because if the Cincinnati Bengals were on the clock at 10, I think they would be looking to take best player available, and that would have been Caleb Downs in that situation. It's a home run pick. It's one that they couldn't afford to mess up in that situation. Perfect timing. You give 2 fifth-rounders to the Miami Dolphins, who just need players at this point in a total rebuild. I think now what's fascinating is what do Miami do? Because Miami are now in a situation where they just need a real impact player straight off the bat.
Let's see the big board, Dom Corbett's big board on YouTube, because I know where Miami should go. I think there's a man who should stay home. I think that getting a pass rusher who is number 3 on Dom Corbett's board in Rueben Bain Jr. should be a pick that they absolutely sprint in. The guy fell out of the top 10. I don't think that's a huge surprise. Character questions raised over recent months, as well as the fact that he has got those measurables which are historically low in terms of his arm length for a player of his position. But if I'm looking at this right now, Vega Ioane, great player. I wouldn't be sad to see him there, but yeah, let's go to hear Caleb Downs first, and then we'll get the thoughts of Dom Corbett.
Plans to use you.
First of all, I just want to say thank God. Without that, none of us would be here. Just thanks for my Savior, Jesus Christ. But it was a great conversation. I honestly couldn't hear it much. I was too excited to listen. So I'm just excited to do what I can do and be committed to the team.
We'll ask Jerry later what he said. Now, your brother Josh is a wide receiver for the Colts. Your dad Gary, a running back in the NFL. How special is it for your family that you now get to carry on this legacy?
It's an awesome feeling. Honestly, God's blessed us with a lot of favor to be in this situation, and I'm so thankful to be here. And our family, I can't even say enough words about them. There's a lot of love there.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
I was just going to cut in, Will, and I was just going to say, I think it's really interesting now how he will fit into that new defensive scheme, because Christian Parker calling the plays now. He's never been a defensive play caller, so coming over from the Philadelphia Eagles, they needed real upturn on that defensive unit after what was a really dismal campaign last year under Matt Eberflus on the defensive side of the ball. Add in somebody as versatile as Caleb Downs into that defense. Home run hit.
Yeah, we're going to be hopefully go out in Melbourne to do the game this year between the Rams and the 49ers. And joining us in the booth, assuming it all comes together, I'm going to touch wood and everything else. Still, the flights aren't booked yet. But Laurie Harris from ESPN, who's been messaging me throughout the night, is a huge Dallas Cowboys fan. They're doing their own live stream for Australia. He's been threatening to FaceTime into our show. I think now they've got Caleb, he might actually do that. Let's go over for the Miami Dolphins selection.
The 12th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Kaden Proctor, tackle, Alabama.
Whoa.
Listen, offensive line is undoubtedly a need for them. The Dolphins need players at every position seemingly on there. Kaden Proctor is a huge human being, just short of 6'7", 352 yards. I said this on our mock draft episode across the formation, Dom Corbett. Name me the last great Alabama tackle. Because I think they have an all-pro level player, maybe even a Hall of Fame player, at every position in the NFL, except for maybe tackle. Guys have been taken high. They have not been successful. As much as Miami could have taken anyone here, Proctor feels high at 12.
It does feel high, especially when you think about what else they need. Now, I have to remind myself here, they have a second first-round pick. So they could go wide receiver, then they could go cornerback then. I personally think that those wide receiver and cornerback needs were the two biggest need of any team at any position. Currently, Storm Duck is starting for them at cornerback. And at wide receiver, it's a bunch of
That is
NPCs.
a real human being, by the way.
Yeah,
if
it
anyone
is. It's a nightmare if you are Malik Willis, who they have just signed to big money this free agency cycle. Proctor is a good tackle. The interesting thing with Alabama is they want their tackles to play really heavy. They want them to be massive behemoths. I mean, Kaden Proctor is a mammoth. It's like they've just excavated a woolly mammoth because he is that big. Plays like it too, but as a result, movement skills a bit questionable. He's kept off the weight. Can he keep that weight off as he's playing? I think that if this works out, it's a good investment. Someone that can really be that mauler. It's a change of offensive systems, obviously, with McDaniel leaving. So I don't dislike it massively, but I would have gone with Makai Lemon. I might have gone with not Jordan Tyson.
Would you have not gone Rueben Bain?
No, I don't think so, just because I would want to build around Malik Willis and see if he is the guy, because the Miami Dolphins could be in the market for a 2027 quarterback.
There's a really interesting situation going on in the Rams draft room. A lot of quite muted fist bumps and everything as we're going to head to a break. Coming up next, the Rams, Ravens, Buccaneers and Jets. The Rams pick is in, and Adam on our live stream has just said, why does it feel like the Rams are about to select Ty Simpson? If that's the pick after the break, I think we're in for fireworks.
The NFL Draft, live on TalkSport 2.
Middle of the end zone, touchdown.
Back with NFL Live on TalkSport 2. We are bringing you live coverage of the first round of the draft, and pick 13, the LA Rams, is in. We've seen 2 trades already in these first 13 picks. We've seen some real stunners over the first 13 picks as well. It's been a lot of fun so far. Couple of guys falling as well. Can we see the full board right now? Either Dom Corbett's 50 up on the
DC 50.
Or here's the board as it's gone so far. So Caleb Downs going to the Dallas Cowboys at 11. Caden Proctor going to the Miami Dolphins at 12. So if we do look at your top 50, Rueben Bain still out there as available. Makai Lemon, top 10 guy on your board, still very much out there. Do we see a run of tackles at this point, Will Varney? Could that be a possibility?
It could be a possibility if the Rams are looking to maybe look towards a successor for Rob Havenstein at right tackle. I was just going to put a scenario out here right now that I've just thought of. I don't think the Rams would have maybe thought that Rueben Bain would potentially be available at 13. And I just wonder, as far as I'm aware, don't quote me, but as far as I'm aware, I think Byron Young is a free agent next season. And I just wonder whether they look at potentially putting Rueben Bain on the edge alongside Jared Verse and putting more juice on that defensive line. I just wonder whether this is a home run pick for the Rams, especially a bit of juice on the defense.
I love that. I love that power compliment from both of those guys off the edge, man. That pocket is going to be compressed.
There's safeties on the board, there's wide receivers on the board, there's a lot of excitement. Like this Rams pick, it was a wide receiver in almost every mock draft that you could possibly have seen, but there was a hope that Jordan Tyson might fall, and there was even a talk they might trade up for him. He goes to the Saints at 8. And look, I'm going to keep floating it out there. Jay Glazer is convinced that Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback, is going in the first round. The Arizona Cardinals trading up in was very popular with a lot of people this week. But the one team who are in the first round who could maybe take him were the Los Angeles Rams. They are on the clock. The pick is in, on the clock now. Are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, meaning that the pick at 14 for the Baltimore Ravens is also in. Are they smart? Do they go for a wide receiver? Do they go offensive line? Do they go something on the defense? Or do we see the biggest shock of a first round that's been absolutely stacked full of shocks? Can you tell I'm selling this big time? Fully not expecting it to happen in any way, shape or form. Roger Goodell, tell us.
The 13th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson.
Wow! They did it! I was absolutely kidding. I was 100% joking. They have taken the Alabama quarterback, Ty Simpson. I promise you, I did not tip that pick. This is a stunner at 13. The Los Angeles Rams, knowing that maybe they're entering the last season of Matthew Stafford at the top of their board. Ty Simpson comes in. He is a guy that people like his floor, but they really doubt his ceiling. A lot of people didn't think he was a first-round pick. A lot of people thought he might fall into the second, and if not beyond. Instead, he is taken at 13 overall by the Los Angeles Rams. An absolute stunner, Dom Corbett.
I am genuinely speechless at that for multiple reasons. First of all, I love Ty Simpson, right? I genuinely
You might be the biggest Ty Simpson apologist I know.
For me, it's Ty Simpson here and then Justin Herbert just a little bit above him. Those are the guys that I just love. And for me, Ty Simpson is a bit of a misunderstood prospect. I think a lot of the issues that he had on his tape can be laid at the feet of the Alabama team as a whole, the poor offensive line, the step back the wide receivers took, the questionable play calling, lack of run game. But Simpson's got the goods, got the pre-snap processing, very cerebral, can make checks at the line of scrimmage, NFL level arm talent, able to layer throws. I think this guy is the perfect heir apparent to Matthew Stafford. It's interesting, though, that they had to take him at 13. I thought this was going to be the Rams going all in. They would take a Rueben Bain. They would take a Makai Lemon, a Kenyon Sadiq. So it's an interesting scenario they find themselves in when they've, made the trade for Trent McDuffie. They've traded a lot to get him, to then use their premium pick on a backup quarterback for this year. Very interesting.
This is a pick that they got from the Falcons last year as part of that James Pierce trade, right? They are not a team who should be picking at 13. I talked about earlier, the NFC West has arguably the 3 best teams in the NFC in it, and maybe 3 of the top 4 or 5 teams in the entire NFL, if you want to go that far. And I will tell you, as a fan of one of those other teams in the NFC West, with the Rams picking at 13, for them not to take a difference maker for the 2026 season, I'm absolutely delighted as somebody who is a fan of one of their rivals. Maybe he ends up being brilliant. Maybe he ends up going on to prove himself and be someone that, you know, keeps them relevant for another 5 or 10 years to come, which was the concern with Matthew Stafford. But I'm with you. Was there nobody to trade up here? Who else is taking Ty Simpson in the next 10 to 15 picks? Who else is quarterback needy? Maybe the Steelers?
Maybe that's what scared them.
Yeah. The Steelers, I really, really think that this feels like a reach. And for a guy whose ceiling has been talked about as being Daniel Jones with fewer physical traits or Brock Purdy as being his absolute ceiling, I don't know, 13 feels too rich for me.
Well, look, you can play it from one perspective of he gets to sit behind Matthew Stafford for at least 1 year. If Matthew Stafford, this is going to be his finale, he gets to sit behind and learn from one of the best. But ultimately, this is shocking in a position that they were taking him this early.
Let's hear Laura Rutledge speaking with Tyson, who is there in attendance.
A first-round NFL quarterback. How did he help you get here?
I mean, first off, I want to give all the glory to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. The fact that I'm here on the NFL stage of the draft, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. But my dad, he helped me along the way in everything possible, from sitting in meetings to quarterback drills. Shout out UT Martin and everything they've done for me as well.
Now you're going to play in an offense with the Rams. It's similar to the offense that you ran at Alabama. What are you most excited about in learning from Sean McVay and quarterback Matthew Stafford?
Yeah, I mean, 2 of the greatest minds in, offense, especially with, Coach McVay in the quarterback offensive standpoint. And then, Matthew is one of the greatest of all time. So I'm looking forward to it.
Congratulations, Ty.
Thank you.
Look, there is undoubtedly the fact that he has landed in the best possible situation for that young man to land in is the Los Angeles Rams. I completely accept that. Hold my hands up. I know that is the case. But I'm not feeling it in the same way that Dom is. I think he is. I think you've taken a guy at 13 who we talked about what is Fernando Mendoza's ceiling and floor. For me, his ceiling is a top 20 guy, a top 16 guy. I don't think he's never going to be Matt Stafford, that's for sure to me.
We ultimately won't know until next season, until 2027, whether this was worth it or not. But I am in complete agreement with you, Will, that right now it feels like mixed messaging. You do this blockbuster trade for Trent McDuffie, all of the talk about Puka Nacua and what his availability is going to be for the start of the season, all the personal things he's going through. Devontae Adams, it feels like this is going to potentially be his last year in the NFL before he might hang them up. So at what point are we saying, well, hold on, this could be your chance?
Why is Roger rushing out onto the podium to give us the Ravens pick? We've got lots more Ty Simpson to talk about, buddy. What are you doing here? Roger Goodell with the Ravens selection at 14. He's getting booed. The Ravens are getting booed.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Vega, Ioane, guard, Penn State.
Vega Ioane, the guard out of Penn State. They are a team who were decimated on the interior. I mean, I say Daniel Falele, who moved on this year. I'm not sure many Ravens fans were too disappointed to see him go, but they lose Tyler Linderbaum as well. They are a team who, yes, we've had Jesse Minter come in. Yes, he is going to want to put his stamp on that defense. But from an offensive perspective, go out there, protect Lamar Jackson, protect your running game. I think this is a great pick.
It's a great pick, and one that we could, in a draft which has been full of loads of surprises and things I would never have seen coming if I could do 100 mock drafts a day. Vega Ioane to the Ravens was basically in Sharpie, because we saw this season Lamar Jackson isn't getting any younger. You got to protect him. When you had Daniel Falele there all season as someone the Ravens wanted on the no-fly list, they wanted this guy out of the building. Thankfully, he's gone from the Ravens' perspective. But Ioane is so strong, gets in the chest of defensive linemen, mauls them in the run game, moves them in the pass game. He gets better as the rep goes on. In one rep against Oregon, he drove a defender 15 yards down the field. That's what you want in Baltimore. That's what you want protecting Lamar Jackson. He is still the future of your team, and he is still a fantastic rushing threat, but we saw him lose a little bit of a step last year. He isn't going to get any younger. Save his legs, use them when you need it. Don't have him playing hero ball. Build the line around him. He will be better as a result.
He's a nasty player in the best way possible. He's across the white line, and I'm going to maul you, and I'm going to pancake you, and I'm going to just absolutely ruin you.
And you just want those Islanders. You want those Islander boys in the trenches. I'm telling you, you want those. You want them. That's just what they're made to do.
You know who's going to love Vega, Ioane? Derrick Henry.
Oh. Yes.
That's a big boy running behind big boy. That is exactly what we're going to see. Look, let's take a break before we get back for the Buccaneers pick at 15. Lots of pass rushers left on the board for them. Who would have thought that Rueben Bain would have fallen to them? That could be the pick here, certainly. Akeem Mesidor regularly has been mocked to them, so let's see what the Bucs do up next here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport USA YouTube channel.
The NFL Draft, live on TalkSport 2.
Middle of the end zone, touchdown.
You're back with NFL Live on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport USA YouTube channel. Space Wolf Dazzle in the chat on the USA YouTube channel says he got the Ty Simpson pick right and then claims that Ty Simpson is a better quarterback than Fernando Mendoza. He just needs to sit. My problem with that is that if you are trying to project it in a way that let's do the positives and the negatives, let's do the who's gone high, who had like high upside. I really don't want to mention the 49ers pick at 3, but like you could, there are guys who come out in the first round who have that high upside and you go, yeah, okay, if they're given the right situation, great, but they're not going to be great right now. That's not what Ty Simpson is to me. Ty Simpson is a backup floor with a mid-tier starter ceiling, not a top-tier starter ceiling. Fernando Mendoza could be a top 10, top 12 quarterback to me.
Fernando Mendoza could. I also think that Ty Simpson could in this situation. I mean, I love the fit for him. It does not get better than that. Last year, we were saying about the quarterbacks in the class that going to, like Jackson Dart, going to LA with Sean McVay, with Matthew Stafford for an extra year was the perfect landing spot. If we're going to see the best of Ty Simpson, it's going to be in this position that he's in now with the LA Rams. And I'm going to be buying the Ty Simpson hype tickets. I'm going to be on that train. In fact, I'm going to be the conductor of that train. If you guys don't want to buy your tickets, that's fine, but don't come crying to me when this guy's winning MVP.
Yeah, MVP is ridiculous. But
Super Bowl MVP, let me say that.
Best possible landing spot for him, absolutely. Right, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, pass rusher. They've been desperate, and a top 10 guy looks like it's fallen to him. Surely this pick is Rueben Bain.
With the 15th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Rueben Bain.
Yeah, there we go.
Great pick.
Not chalky, because I don't think a lot of people expected Rueben Bain to fall to 15. How much do we think Rueben Bain falling to 15? First of all, before we talk about the off-the-field stuff, tell us what you make of this guy, because you had him very high on your board.
I loved Rueben Bain. I think he is such a great prospect on the field. 80 pressures, 11 sacks. This guy was the best pass rusher in college football this year, and everyone's going to quote the arm length, and maybe that plays a role into why he fell. He does have sub 31-inch arms. That is first percentile. It is going to be a historic outlier. It's not just, he's a bit shorter, he's a bit lighter, he's got a bit shorter arms. This guy has small arms, and I think that Will Campbell did irreparable damage to any short-arm trench player with what happened to him in the Super Bowl. But Rueben Bain Jr. has been the most dominant edge defender in college football this year with those arms. He's not suddenly woken up one day and found that his arms have shrunk by 3 inches. He has done the production. He's played at a super high level with those arms. And in fact, it makes him a better pass rusher in some ways. He uses it to his advantage, uses that leverage, uses his power, uses his speed, violent and quick hands. He is also an elite run defender. It's so underappreciated about edge defenders. They also have to play the run. Miami left Rueben Bain Jr. on an island last year. They said, you dare run at Rueben Bain Jr. and see what happens. This guy's a true 3-down player. He is positionally versatile. You can kick him inside, leave him outside. I see him like a sawn-off Jared Verse. He is the best pass rusher in this draft, in my opinion. Getting him at 15, A-plus pick, I'd say.
A-plus pick at 15, maybe. I mean, a lot of talk about what you said about putting him out on an island. They did have Akeem Mesidor on the other side, who we also think could be a first-round pick here. He has slid, and he slid partially because of the arms and partially... Like, he is a power guy. He is a guy who can move inside. He is a guy who's going to force tackles back. That's the point of him. But he is going to have to, at the NFL level, win early. And I don't think he's got the first step, is my concern. Because if he's not getting inside, guys, if he's not getting in that power, if he's held at length, I do think there is a legitimate concern about that. And then you talked about it in the break. Ollie Connolly's reporting that every insider then jumped on and said every team knows about. Why haven't you reported on it then? That he was involved in 2 car accidents over the course of 2 years, one in 2024, which sadly led to loss of life on St. Patrick's Day. A woman went into a coma and then died 3 months later. He was charged on both occasions with careless driving, not taken beyond that point. Both times the charges ended up being dropped, but never given a field sobriety test either. And when you have that second incident, that's always going to bring into the question about the character concerns. That's always going to bring into the question about whether or not the young man can be trusted to not see that pattern of behaviour continue. Let's just hear what Rueben Bain has to say.
It's what I can do. That's how I think about myself. I know I'm the best in the country. I'm sure.
Every step of the way, you've proven doubters wrong. What gives you the confidence that you can continue to do that at the NFL level?
Like my mentality, I'm telling you, I can do anything I put my mind to because of my mindset. And I know when I get at this next level, it's on and popping.
We believe you. Thanks.
Thank you.
There we go. Rueben Bain speaking on NFL Network. The Jets are on the board.
Yay.
Listen, they are hugging and celebrating and high-fiving in Florham Park, New Jersey. Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn at the back of the room look absolutely delighted with whoever they've been able to get here. The talk was pass rush and wide receiver going into this draft. Are you buying that it's going to be a offensive weapon or a wide receiver? Who would you like to see them go here?
I'm very unsure of this because, again, like you say, a lot of people were suggesting this is going to be a wide receiver, and it could be whether Makai Lemon was still going to be on the board. A lot of people obviously predicted the Rams were going to take him at 13. He's still there. Whether it be Omar Cooper Jr., who in recent weeks from Indiana has been put into that position at 16. Even Denzel Boston's been talk about potentially taking me a little bit early at 16. I wouldn't rule out cornerback here. I do think that they might do something a little bit out there. We're getting a number 1 corner potentially, whether it's a Chris Johnson, a Colton Hood potentially. Obviously, Jamod McCoy's fallen in recent weeks. This should be a wide receiver. Give Geno Smith, give Garrett Wilson a friend. Give him somebody.
Are you saying A.D. Mitchell's not a friend?
The 16th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Kenyon Sadiq.
There you go, John.
Hello.
That was not expected. Kenyon Sadiq at home. We see him coming off the phone. We see them celebrating and clapping, hugged by his mother, by his girlfriend. Look, Kenyon Sadiq, wide receiver. Wide receiver. I said wide receiver, which is maybe a little bit of... There's a lot of blowing going out of there. Look, 6'3", 241 pounds. Is he essentially just a big wide receiver playing at the tight end position? Unbelievable athlete. Not what you were necessarily looking for, but surely offensive weapon was what we were hoping.
Absolutely. I think it is. It's one I didn't see coming. I didn't think they would go that, especially with... They took Mason Taylor in the second round last year, so they really had invested at the tight end position. But like you just said there, this is somebody who has been described as a bit of a freak athlete, who is he is essentially a big slot receiver who can hold his own, he can block. I think it's interesting. Frank Reich, who's going to be leading this offense this year, it gives them somebody. And yeah, look, this is going to be really interesting how Frank Reich shapes out this offense now. I didn't see tight end coming. I maybe thought Kenyon Sadiq would potentially be off the board a little bit earlier. Maybe the Ravens could have taken him at 14. Could the Tampa Bay taken him before? But look, I'm not going to kick up a fuss about that one. I'm not as angry as I was previously.
Hey, look, Dante Moore didn't want to go to the Jets, apparently. That's why he didn't declare for the draft. Yeah. Now his buddy's there. Maybe he'll come next year. Look, you mentioned how he's a big slot, right? 58.5% of his snaps came out of the slot. In line, nearly 28%. When I went and watched Kenyon Sadiq, what I was expecting, having seen him at the Combine, was exactly this idea of like the modern tight end where they are just Travis Kelce, they are just Brock Bowers, they are just... We're not looking at inline blockers who also catch passes anymore. I thought his blocking was better than I was expecting on film, particularly at the second level. I think there's more there in his abilities as a tight end than has been maybe talked about.
I think that Kenyon Sadiq is the perfect example of a player that could be so much better in the NFL than he was in college. I think he was criminally underutilized in that Oregon offense.
Well, he really only became a starter in year 3, right? Terrence Ferguson had that position.
Yeah, absolutely. And even then, this year when he was the tight end, only had 560 yards from 51 receptions. I mean, this guy is obviously a fantastic athlete. We know it from the combine numbers, but I didn't quite see it on tape, really because he wasn't used to that degree. This guy's a vertical field stretching tight end. You get him running up the seam. You can have 2 tight end sets with Terrence Ferguson. You can have Garrett Wilson as your one receiver in, say, 12 personnel, 13 personnel. Is Jeremy Ruckert still on the roster as well?
Jeremy is still there.
So you've got those 13...
Jezza.
That is an unbelievable ball knowledge pull from me, by the way, off the dome. But when you have those guys, you can run those 13 personnel sets, and Kenyon Sadiq is going to be lethal in that grouping.
And what I was going to say is, even though they haven't taken a wide receiver here, I did think that if they maybe took cornerback at this position or they utilize it somewhere else, look, they have pick 33. They have the first pick on day 2 tomorrow in the second round.
Yeah,
if, like I mentioned, their big contested catch guy, if it's going to be like a Denzel Boston potentially, if Casey Concepcion maybe slips, could they potentially take it right there at 33?
Let's see Dom's big board, because
bring it up.
Wide receiver wise, we'll see this if you're watching on YouTube at TalkSport USA. You'll be able to see it on there. Makai Lemon still there, Casey Concepcion still there, Omar Cooper Jr. still there. All top 15 guys. Plus, you've got to think about Denzel Boston, who many people expected to be a first-round pick. Big outside guy, very much in that kind of... I saw some people mocking him to the 49ers this week, and I was like, I mean, you've just got Mike Evans. I'm not sure you need Denzel Boston.
Oh, my God.
Can I suggest a possible trade here? I'm just wondering, with the amount of picks, I think it's 12 picks that the Steelers have. Do the Steelers potentially look to maybe jump Carolina here? Because Carolina, you could easily see them giving Bryce Young another weapon, such a big year for him potentially. I just wonder if Steelers look to maybe match him with Michael Pittman, with DK Metcalf, whether that, then potentially jumping up from 21 now. Because I don't think anyone expected Makai Lemon to get past 16.
That's a great shout. And also with the players they've got there in DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman, they don't have that shiftiness, they don't have that dynamism, so I'd love that.
Amazing tweet from Adam Schefter here, who I've gone off the insiders in a massive way recently, and nothing to do with extramarital action. But the way that they report stuff now is so obviously like copy and pasted from agent text.
Oh, I hate
can't
it.
handle it anymore. But he has just tweeted, Idaho now known for producing potatoes and first-round tight ends. Kenyon, Sadiq and Colston Loveland, both from Idaho. I mean, obviously. The Detroit Lions are picking at 17. Their pick is in, and there's lots of O-line still on the board. Can we actually get the full board up on YouTube of the picks made so far? And let's run through the first half of this first round, because it has been stunning so far. As we saw, taken at number 1 overall, unsurprisingly, at that position, the Las Vegas Raiders went ahead and took their quarterback, Fernando Mendoza. Then David Bailey, a stunner out of TTU, edge to the Jets. The Cardinals taking Jeremiah Love early. Great player, but a need for them. Carnell Tate goes at 4 to the Tennessee Titans. Arvell Reese to the Giants to add to that amazing edge rushing room that they've got there. KC moved up from 9 to 6 to take Mansoor Delane in the 6th position out of LSU. Washington sat pat and got the best linebacker in the draft in Sonny Styles. Jordan Tyson, despite his injury issues, went to the Saints at 8. Spencer Fano to the Browns as they moved down to 9. And Francis Mauigoa to the Giants at 10. We'll get through the rest, but in the meantime, heading out to the podium with the 17th overall pick and with a special guest as well for the Detroit Lions.
The NFL is proud to be part of the global community of wish makers, taking action to support Make-A-Wish during World Wish Month. Tonight, you all have the opportunity to help grant an unforgettable wish. I'm joined here by Easton, a 14-year-old Lions fan whose wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. I'd like to ask all of you to join me in cheering on Easton as he makes his wish come true. Take it away, Easton.
With the 17th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Blake Miller, tackle, Clemson.
No shock at all that they do go offensive line and they take Blake Miller out of Clemson, the offensive tackle, at 17. 4th-year senior, 4-year starter at Clemson, 54 games in the past 4 seasons, most consecutive starts by a non-specialist in school history, by the way. What is interesting about Blake Miller for what it means for the Lions overall is they have the best right tackle in football. There's a lot of talk about, are they going to kick Penei Sewell from right to left? This sounds like we're going to see the 6'6", 317-pound Blake Miller at the right and Penei Sewell moving to left tackle.
When you have a player like Penei Sewell and you have that ability to move him, it just puts your rookie in the best possible position to succeed, because when you're a young player, relatively, coming into the league, I mean, this guy has 4 years of starting experience at a Power 4 conference, so it's absolutely fantastic for this team that are going to start him right away in the Lions. But it just means that you can have a bit of flexibility. It means that Blake Miller's going to come in with the best possible opportunity to succeed at the position that he plays most in his career, and he's ready-made. This guy can come out of the box right now, get him on the field tomorrow, and he's going to make the offensive line for the Detroit Lions, got there in the with the Detroit Lions even better, and they've predicated their offensive success on the offensive line. This was a Sharpie pick to go offensive line. Might have been Proctor, end up being Miller. Still a great pick.
I love it. It's a Sharpie pick. And if we're going to talk about Sharpie picks, very much a possibility that the Sharpie pick here at 18, because the Vikings have rushed their pick in. And I haven't seen Dillon Tierneman mocked anywhere but Minnesota over recent days. Is he the replacement for Harrison Smith, the maybe Hall of Famer who could be retiring this year? Let's hear from Commissioner Roger Goodell.
18th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Caleb Banks, defensive end.
Oh my God.
Taking Caleb Banks, the defensive. I mean, they've called him a defensive end there, maybe in a 3-4 system, but much more of a tackle and an inside guy, Caleb Banks. Some injury history might give teams pause. Wasn't necessarily expected to be a first-round defensive tackle, and there are a lot of guys who are predicted above him. Caden McDonald, Peter Banks. This is... a shocker of sorts at this point. Although Minnesota are a team who often have picked away from where we would necessarily expect.
I think this is a big shocker. I mean, Caleb Banks, I liked him as a top 10 player before we heard about his second foot injury. He's broken his foot twice, and when you look at his frame, that might become clear why. He is what they say looks good off the bus. 6'6", 334 pounds. That's 96th and 94th percentile respectively. He's ginormous, right? Absolutely massive. Imposing strength, hammers for hands, surprisingly nimble and twitchy. Not just bigger and stronger, but also got some technicality to his game. I love what he can do, but missed most of 2025 with a foot injury, which is a concern. He was going to be a huge prospect coming into this year, potentially like top 5 pick. Didn't ever become that because he wasn't on the field. And now, also after the combine, it was revealed he has another foot injury, and it's a concern that for a bigger player that's going to keep re-aggravating. Taking him at 18 is a real statement.
And when you're 330 pounds, if you're dealing with foot injuries, then that is something that you have to question how they'll do at the next level. And look, they went out in the 2024 off-season and they went and got Jonathan Allen and they went and got the grave digger Javon Hargrave as well. Both moved on this off-season, meaning they were likely to be playing 5th-round rookie from last year, Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins on the inside there. They've got Levi Drake-Rodriguez as the nose tackle. I mean, Jalen Redmond is a sensational player and so important to what that Brian Flores defense can do. You imagine he's going to line up on the other end of that 3-man front, but I am surprised. I don't hate the fit. I'm just surprised at the pick here. It felt like one you could have maybe got in the second round, a guy of that level of talent. When there were guys on the back end of the defense how reliable they are on the defensive backs in that Flores defense. I'm slightly stunned there, and there's a couple of really good players on the board coming up as we head towards the picks of the Carolina Panthers. Panthers are at 20, right? I've gone early. They are at 19, so it is the Panthers. It's the Cowboys' second pick. It's the Steelers all coming up next here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport USA YouTube channel.
The NFL Draft, live on TalkSport 2.
Middle of the end zone, touchdown!
We were just having a chat about our teams are all coming up in the coming picks and who we'd like to take. But right now, the Carolina Panthers are on their way. Well, Roger Goodell's on his way to the podium to tell us who the Panthers are picking at 19.
With the 19th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Monroe Freeling, tackle, Georgia.
Makai Lemon continues to tumble, and Monroe Freeling is the pick at pick 19. The Georgia tackle, another behemoth of a human being, 6'7", 315 pounds. I mean, I thought Freeling, a lot of guys had this guy as their top tackle on the board. Again, some injury issues, which you don't like for a taller tackle, but I played a ton of football at a big-time school. Plug and play, essentially, the Panthers will feel this year, even if we all thought they were going to go offensive weapon there.
It does still help building around Bryce Young, right? I mean, Bryce Young is this quarterback that as soon as you tell him his time is up, he manages to play some of the best ball of his career. I mean, I would always tell Bryce Young going into every game, hey, Bryce, if you don't play well in this game, we're going to bench you, because that's when you get the best version of Bryce Young. And with the injuries along the offensive line that they've sustained, it makes sense to build around him. Smaller quarterback, needs the protection, needs to be able to see what's happening downfield.
Is Bryce going to have any opportunity of seeing over Monroe Freeling is the question.
Well, but the thing is with Freeling, right, is that we have this every year. We have kind of these like industry plants in the draft who like suddenly rise. Like Monroe Freeling was being projected as high as 6th to the Browns, and Monroe Freeling has some warts to his game. I would say I think he's quite stiff. I think he's often off balance. I think defensive linemen in the NFL are going to take advantage of that very readily, but you can't hate adding to the trenches.
The Philadelphia Eagles have moved up. They have traded 3 spots up with the Dallas Cowboys, their divisional rivals, to move up to 20 to leapfrog the Steelers and the Chargers. Could this be the Makai Lemon landing spot?
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Makai.
There it is.
Howie Roseman, he can't keep getting away with this.
Well, the problem is that you get these GMs every year who are like they just pick the guy who's top of the board when they fall to them. Who did they think was going to take Makai Lemon between now and then? The Steelers at 21, a very good chance that's who they moved ahead specifically, because Lemon would have fit brilliantly into that Steelers offense when you consider what Metcalf offers, when you consider what Michael Pittman offers. Instead, Philadelphia go and get Makai Lemon to be their slot. Devonta Smith moves to the outside, and let's be honest, AJ Brown's already a New England Patriot, so it's not the outside fit I thought they'd go for. I thought maybe they'd stay pat and pick a Denzel Boston, somebody bigger on the outside to fit with AJ, to replace AJ Brown. But they see a guy who many thought was a top 10 pick, including yourself, Dom, fall all the way to 20, and they couldn't resist. He couldn't help himself, Howie.
Howie Roseman, man, he had my big board. He saw the Dom Corbett top 50, and he was like, you know what, the number 7 player is there for us to take. We're going to go up and get him, because I just love Makai Lemon. What's so underrated, I think, about wide receivers is spatial awareness, right? You see it really clearly in like Amon-Ra St. Brown, Justin Jefferson. They just know where cornerbacks and defensive backs and linebackers are by just looking through their helmet almost. They just know where everyone is on the football field. They're perfectly in between zones. And Makai Lemon is going to torch zone defense. And then you've got Devonta Smith, both of which have inside-outside positional flexibility. You can have Devonta Smith in the slot. I think Makai Lemon, despite being smaller at 5'11", 192 pounds, can play out wide. And you can just swap them round. Who knows what's happening with AJ Brown going forward. But Howie Roseman does it again, finds the value, is aggressive in going up. This is a home run selection for the Eagles here to get my wide receiver 1 at 20, no less.
I think this is exactly great value. I don't think they could have imagined having someone like Makai Lemon, who, look, I think it's very clear now that AJ Brown is on the way out, and like you said, complementing him with Devonta Smith. Devonta Smith can be your 1 now, and let's not forget that they traded for Dontavian Wicks, so they did add to that receiver room as well in free agency. I think this is a great pick for the Eagles, giving Jalen Hurts another weapon after what was a down year. And look, now, like you mentioned, Will, you've got Pittsburgh on the clock here, and I wonder if we maybe see the run of tackles kick up again. A lot of talk about Broderick Jones, that fifth-year option. I just wonder whether that's what we're going to see the direction of the Steelers now.
As a 49ers fan, I don't want any more tackles off the board now. Max Ihrenachor, fall to 27, please. Listen, we've got the updated trade compensation, by the way. 2 fourth-round picks, so the Eagles' 114 pick at the top of the fourth round and a compensatory 137 in the fourth round, plus a 2027 seventh round pick as well. So, I mean, the Cowboys get some good value considering in this draft we were expecting things to be pretty cheap to move up and move around. And they have that. Now they have the capital to be able to possibly move around themselves. But yeah, I mean, Philadelphia are going to be delighted that Makai Lemon's fallen to them here. Sensational pick for them.
Yeah, no, I think it's great value. And look, it's later than we thought he was going to go, but he comes to a really good landing spot. And yeah, this is a top pick.
Let's hear from Makai Lemon on the field.
Put on pads and a helmet to this moment right here, being a first-round pick in the NFL draft. What has defined your journey?
Man, I ain't gonna lie, I'm just so blessed right now. I just praise the Lord for every moment, really. It's a dream come true. I can't even believe this right now.
When you look out at those Philly fans and you think about the fan base that's about to embrace you with open arms, what will they love most about you?
They getting the door. This ready to work, for real. I ain't doing no plan.
Thank you, Makai. Congratulations.
Some boos from the Steelers fans. They getting a dog. What I love about Makai Leonard is it feels like he's really leaning into that snake-like behaviour that we saw from him at the Combine, because he spent that entire time weaving back and forth. The Steelers pick is due here at pick 21, and unsurprisingly, being the hometown city, they stay pat, they make their pick, and they're getting a big treatment on the big screen. we cut to a cameraman in the pit who I think had fallen over as they cut to him. We're getting Thunderstruck going out. We're getting the terrible towels waving. I think, let's get this faded up because they're not talking over it. So let's hear from the stage, because this is getting absolutely hyped from a Steelers perspective. Obviously,
we shot from sticks. is in.
The guitarist and singer from Styx did a video to say the pick was in. And here we go. This in Dublin, by the way. What a moment it was when Renegade was played in that fourth quarter. Why aren't Styx there playing this live? That would be much more WWE if Styx were on the side of the stage performing Renegade live. That's what we should be seeing.
This is actually Will Varney singing.
Those soft tones, I'm glad you picked up on it.
Now, they don't have a quarterback right now. Aaron Rodgers is a free agent and 42 years old. Mason Rudolph and Will Howard.
Oh, Will Howard, I won't take that Will Howard slander, I'm sorry.
And look, the fact is that there was talk about maybe they were the Ty Simpson team if the Rams hadn't stunningly taken him at 13. All the beat writers were saying there's no chance that that's who they're taking. They definitely need wide receiver. They've just seen Makai Lemon go with the fact that DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman are there 1 and 2. Tight end, they love to play those 12 and 13 personnel. Linebacker, offensive line. Like, could they be a Jacob Rodriguez team or a CJ Allen team moving up at this point? There's a lot of potential for where they could go here, the Steelers.
I like KC Concepcion here as that juiced up slot guy with Pittman, with Metcalf. I like that, but I think they needed a quarterback even if they have Rodgers on the roster. That guy was not his best self, it's safe to say. So the Steelers really are in an interesting spot at 21 here.
I was going to say Mike McCarthy's going to build out this offense, and I think they're going offensive line here. I feel like that feels like
good shout.
Potentially the pick. I wonder if Caleb Lomu on the pick.
Yeah.
Goodell is out onto the field. Jerome Bettis waving a terrible towel. A bunch of other special guests joining him up there, as well as the Pittsburgh crowd giving it some absolute beans next to Heinz Field. Let's head over to Commissioner Roger Goodell.
Acrisure.
The game of football.
Stop.
And celebrating athletes at every level. Joining me on stage are 6 Jerome Bettis Leadership Award recipients, featuring both high school tackle players and flag football athletes. Jerome?
Thank you, Commissioner. The Jerome Bettis
Leadership Award recognizes high school football players who demonstrate leadership, character, and service, both on and off the field. Congratulations to each of you. We wish all of you the best as you continue your football journeys. The last time I introduced the Steelers' first-round pick, I was fortunate to introduce T.J. Watt. And with the 21st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Max Ihrenachor, tackle, Arizona State.
Oh, I love Max Ihrenachor, and I'm angry because I just said one pick ago, let him keep falling. I'd love him at 27 to the 49ers. He is undoubtedly a developmental prospect, undoubtedly a guy who has a huge, huge ceiling to him. And Pittsburgh decides that despite the fact that they've got Broderick Jones, they've got Troy Fautanu, you mentioned it, Will Varney, he is going into that final year of the rookie deal, Broderick Jones. Is Ihrenachor there to sit for a year and then start next year, or could he be challenging for this job right away?
I think he can challenge for this job right away. He is raw. He is a bit developmental. He was a soccer player, I believe, from Nigeria, I think.
We don't use the S word around here, please. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Football player. Not a football player. And basketball player, as we see on the screen as well. But this guy's built in a lab, right? He is 6'5", 321 pounds, 34.5-inch arms, 83-inch wingspan. This guy could take flight if there was a strong gust of wind. A great athlete as well. Really fast on at the 40 and the 10-yard split. Calm in pass pro. Really strong and quick with his hands. He has a fantastic upside, a fantastic ceiling. And I think the Steelers have looked at Broderick Jones in particular and gone, we'll take a bit of a swing here at tackle, potentially someone to replace you, and we'll take that risk because we can't really have the tackle play we've had from you in recent years.
I was just going to ask, obviously Max Ihrenachor, as far as I'm aware, he played mostly right tackle. So how do you see that fitting out if Broderick Jones, do you see Troy Fautanu moving over to left tackle?
Yeah.
And Max Ihrenachor starts straight away at right tackle? How do you feel like that would work out? Or does he have the fundamentals where he could potentially play left tackle?
I think it depends on who their offensive line coach is. If you trust them and you think that Max Ihrenachor is someone that is a bit of a ball of clay and can still mould, and he doesn't have the muscle memory quite set yet, that's going to be difficult for him to move. I would probably move the younger player before. We know what we got in Troy Fautanu, that he's a good tackle. I'd keep him at his spot. I'd put Max Ihrenachor at the other spot. And they say offensive linemen that it's like, I'll use the more family-friendly analogy, that it's like eating with with the wrong fork and knife in the wrong hand, okay? And so it makes it quite hard to swap. It's not immediate, but with Max Ihrenachor and that athletic ability, I like his ability to swap, even if it does take a few weeks, maybe even a season. I think in the long term, that's what's going to be the best option.
It's the first time a tackle wasn't taken in the top 8 picks since I think they said the 2014 draft. And now we've seen 6 come off the board in the following. I mean, obviously one guy we're expecting to kick inside in Francis Mauigoa, but tackles very much have been absolutely flying, and it's the most we've had in the first round since 2019. So there you go. We are seeing the offensive line, and a team who undoubtedly could do with offensive line assistance is the Los Angeles Chargers. If they're healthy, they've got great bookend tackles, right? But on the interior, they are not a team you necessarily trust. Is there someone you feel is worth taking on the interior? Obviously, Vega only off the board. Is there anyone else you could see them taking at that position?
I really like Emmanuel Pregnon, the offensive guard from Oregon. I think he is the next man up for me in terms of the pure interior guys. And as someone that is a big fan of Justin Herbert, as I've already said probably too many times already on this draft coverage alone, I would just build around that and protect him at all costs, because we saw him against the Texans look genuinely awful with poor offensive line.
I just wonder if this could be edge rusher, Will. I'm just wondering with Khalil Mack, Tuli Tuipulotu, Noah Duffy-Owe now that he moved on free agency, Mesidor on the table.
22nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Akeem Mesidor.
He's nailed it. He's absolutely nailed it.
He's got the script.
Yeah, don't worry about me. It just felt like the fit. And look, this is it. The Chargers, their key needs coming into this draft were edge rusher and interior offensive line. They clearly feel like they can get interior offensive line to help them in the following rounds in day 2 and day 3. But when Akeem Mesidor, a lot of people thought that he was going to go maybe in the teens, maybe to Tampa Bay at 15. He has shown there that him being able to stick around, him being able to, with a Khalil Mack who is probably in the final year of his NFL career, it feels like, for Khalil Mack, Tuli Tuipulotu, they like three edge rushers, and I just feel like this is a perfect fit for what they want to do, especially with Owe off the table and out of free agency.
For me, if Akeem Mesidor was 22 years old and didn't have injury issues, he's a potential top 10 guy, but he is 25 years old, has had some injury concerns. He is a guy who can play inside and out. He's a guy who can now run it for 3 downs. Like, he sets the edge well. Like, there's a lot to love. I watched him and I was like, oh, I like a lot that I'm seeing here. And then I went and looked at the measurables and went, oh, he's quite old and he's missed a lot of time, hasn't he? Like, maybe that's what you get when you're picking at 22 in a draft that's not seen as high. There's going to be asterisks next to anyone, it feels like. But those asterisks did just make me feel a little bit off about it.
As someone who is turning 30 this year, I take great offence to using the 25-year-old as starting to bash him with. However, what I would...
This guy's closer in age to Akeem Mesidor, unbelievably. I am over 40, mate, so don't get me wrong. I'm allowed to call people old, it's fine.
I mean, I get called Unk by the younger generation. So
if you're an Unk, okay. I'm a chopped Unk.
Yeah, great reference. Great ball knowledge from you. Great ball knowledge. But with Akeem Mesidor, I think the age is only a problem when they win with what they get better at as they get older. So if Akeem Mesidor was winning with power and was just bullying 18, 19-year-old kids that have just started playing college football, then that would be a problem. However, he's a technically refined pass rusher. Him and Rueben Bain both are really refined players. And I think that with Mesidor, he wins with that finesse as a pass rusher. So the age doesn't really concern me that much overall. I think he's a high floor kind of guy that will get you those pressures. But you're right, the athletic and the physical traits are definitely quite lacking at a position where having those two things are often a prerequisite to success.
We've got the big teams that were in the playoffs, deep in the playoffs last year to come up. The Bears, the Bills, the 49ers, Texans, Chiefs, Dolphins. Of course, that's the pick that they got from the Los Angeles Rams, Patriots and Seahawks. The Dallas Cowboys at pick 23 are up next after this break here on TalkSport 2.
The NFL Draft, live on TalkSport 2.
Middle of the end zone. Touchdown.
And we go straight to the commissioner in Pittsburgh for the Cowboys selection, traded down from 20 to 23.
With the 23rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Malachi Lawrence, defensive end, University.
I won't tell you why there were two men celebrating there, but the UCF edge Malachi Lawrence goes here. And I'll tell you in the break, we were talking about who could be picked coming up. Edge for the Dallas Cowboys, very much an area of need, considering Rashawn Gary came in via the trade. They got Sam Williams back on a one-year deal. But the fact is that they moved on from Micah Parsons last year, that they moved on from their big interior guy who they traded Odigizua to the 49ers. They needed pass rush juice, and they get potentially some top-tier pass rush juice in Malachi Lawrence. It's very much a pick your poison at this stage with the edge guys. There's 5 or 6 guys who could go in the next 10 picks in theory. All of them are like, what do you want for your scheme? And so I'm interested, what does this tell us about Christian Parker's scheme that Malachi Lawrence is the pick?
I think they want the bigger frame, more powerful player than the designated pass rusher of, say, a Cassius Howell, for example. Malachi Lawrence is 6'4", 81-inch wingspan, got that frame, got that length. His hands are genuinely a blur when he is pass rushing. He moves so quickly that even when I'm pausing the tape, I can't see what he's doing because his hands are just not in focus. Rip moves, cross-chop moves, swipe, great hands, and he has the ability to use that power, to use that frame. I do think that sometimes he moves a bit too fast. He just kind of like his hands almost like the Roadrunner legs. They're just kind of moving for the sake of moving. He needs to use that power a bit more effectively, needs to play a bit bigger. But overall, I think despite the few imperfections there are to his game, there's a good edge defender in there.
The Cleveland Browns now on the clock at 24, their second pick in this first round. And look, they are a team who, again, we've said this a lot tonight, I feel like, particularly with a lot of these two-pick teams who have a huge variance and a huge amount of need. They took Spencer Fano, the tackle, at 9. A lot of wide receivers still available on the board for them. Could definitely be the direction they go in. I know we just took a break before the Cowboys, but let's take another quick one because we're going to have a run of big picks coming up, I think, here. This is going to be spicy.
The NFL Draft, live on TalkSport 2.
Middle of the end zone. Touchdown.
You're back with NFL Draft Live, the 2026 first round here on TalkSport 2, exclusive to UK radio, and we are live on YouTube. Thank you to those who are getting in the comments. Sorry I haven't been completely over it. Scott has been getting involved, saying fantastic job, really enjoying the coverage. Space Wolf Dazzle has said he's only got 4 picks wrong so far. He also believes Carson Beck is going to be a first round pick, as we heard speculates about who the Browns taking at 24. Let's go over to Roger Goodell.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Casey Concepcion, wide receiver, Texas A&M.
Okay. That is a tasty one. That is a tasty one. Casey Concepcion to the Cleveland Browns at pick 24. There was all this talk about they were going to go tackle and wide receiver. That was the direction they were heading in. And now they get Casey Concepcion. They've got Jerry Jeudy to play on the outside. They want to give their whoever is playing at quarterback something. They went and got themselves a tackle, considering that they completely redid their entire offensive line this year. And now they go and get maybe the most fun player available in the first round.
He is the biggest my guy in this class. I have him at 13 on the big Don Corbett top 50. I love him. He's the kind of receiver that I just love, right? His speed, his agility, in my opinion, he's the most dynamic player in this class of all the receivers, even Makai Lemon, who was my wide receiver 1. Great separator. It just always plays. When you can separate, yeah, he's 5'10", 186 pounds. I don't care, because you can't press and you can't tackle what you can't touch. The guy's movement ability is just that good. He can run intricate routes. He's got that separation ability. He is just so good. I know he's got size concerns, but for me, this guy is going to play.
We're into the final quarter of the first round. Sorry, go on, Will.
No, I was just going to say it's a much needed position for them. Jerry Jeudy had his issues last year, a lot of drop catches. Harold Fannin was a real standout, and they had a great draft last year, the Cleveland Browns. It's a long-term rebuild. So many questions at the quarterback position still, but ultimately last year, Harold Fannin, Quinton Judkins, they brought in Mason Graham as well, Carson Schlesinger as the rookie defensive player of the year. So they need 2 solid drafts, and this is a good way. And I don't know if you saw the Casey Concepcion article that he wrote about having a stutter, about basically a plea to GMs, take a chance on him. He will be the best wide receiver in this draft, and I look forward to seeing what he puts out on the field, because I think he could be somebody who Shedeur Sanders needs to rely on next season.
Right, we're into the final 8 picks. These are, other than the Dolphins, who have the number 30 pick from the Los Angeles Rams as part of the trade. We are looking at big hitters here, from the Bears through to the Seahawks, teams that made a real splash last season. How are they going to add to their teams going into this year? Can we see the Dom Corbett top 50 to see who is left available with the Bears, the Bills, the 49ers, our next 3 picks? From a Bears perspective, as we look at who is still available, where are we leaning with what direction the Bears could go in here?
Defense, definitely. Specifically, Dillon Thieneman at safety there, I really like, and Kayden McDonald on the defensive line. I think those 2 positions, either edge as well, but Zion Young, I think, is not going to sneak his way into this first round if Malachi Lawrence already did. So I'd say Thieneman and McDonald for me would be the 2 that I would pound the table very hard for if I was in the Bears draft room.
It's an interesting situation at edge for them, right? Montez Sweat, Deo Odubingo, like big cap hits, but don't remain, like, neither of them are top tier guys. Grady Jarrett on the interior is only it's now 33, and another big cap hit this year. For his position, it certainly is. Not giving you a huge amount of juice. They traded away DJ Moore, so wide receiver could be a consideration as well. They did take Luther Burden high last year, and they do love him. But, with Rome Odunze, with Luther Burden, do they try and add another position there? And you mentioned safety. Kobe Bryant did come in on that 1-year deal, on that 3-year deal from the Seattle Seahawks, but Kevin Byard went to the Patriots. Jaquan Brisker's still unsigned with his health concerns. The top 2, safeties 2 and 3, and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren and Dillon Thieneman are still on the board. And actually, I think Buffalo are probably sitting here going, wait, there are 2 great safeties available, and we pick in 1 pick's time. You take who you want, we'll take the other one.
It'll be interesting to see now where the other teams go, and if there's going to be a move up from a team maybe at the top of the second round into this first round to try and maybe nab one of the players that's on the board, there's a lot of similar needs, I would say. I mean, with the 49ers and the Texans both looking for maybe offensive line, we've still got German McCoy on the board as well as a cornerback that had a massive range going into today. I think it's looking more and more likely he does fall into day 2, which is going to make that very interesting as well. But we are now into this part in the draft now where if there's a player that's still left on your board, you're going to really hope that they fall to you. And if they don't, then it's going to be interesting to see what teams pivot to. Do they try and trade down if there's a suitor, or do they just hold their nose and take the next player on their board, even if it's a little bit early?
I think I was just going to say, I think it's a really interesting debate. Obviously, a lot of people talk about drafting for need, but you mentioned there, Will, the fact that DJ Moore went in that trade to Buffalo, and right now when you look at their wide receiver room, it is Rome Odunze, Luther Burden that they've invested in recent drafts. Khalid Raymond they brought in as a free agent, but also apart from that, Ja'Day Walker, have they seen enough promise in him to be a real starting receiver for them? I just wonder, with Omar Cooper on the board, could that potentially shift things, and do you just take best player available and do you add to this receiver room for Caleb Williams? I think it's definitely one to keep an eye on.
He looked so good last year, Williams, as well. Like, you don't want to jeopardise that at all, I think. And obviously this team does predicate itself on offensive success, so it wouldn't shock me. But I think the defence is so lacking at the moment, so far behind the offence, that it wouldn't be great.
The Bears are about to pick at 25.
Here we go. Who's right?
We talked about the fact that the 49ers and Texans have very similar needs. The Texans obviously felt the same. They have traded up 2 picks with the Buffalo Bills into pick 26 ahead of the San Francisco 49ers, and they'll be picking next up after the Chicago Bears. We're seeing the Chicago Bears draft room right now. A lot of, again, high fives and hugs, lots of big reactions, big Bears fans in the stadium as well, getting absolutely hyped for this pick. I think they are ahead of where they expected to be, right? We all loved Ben Johnson as a hire. Caleb Williams is a great talent. But to get into not to get in the playoffs, but really be within a couple of plays of beating the Rams and being in the NFC Championship game, they're already a step ahead of where they want to be. What I'd like to see them do is not what Washington did a year earlier, and actually, like, don't get splashy, don't get silly, do something in the trenches, do something at pass rush, do something that is going to be nice and solid and keep your floor high in the NFC North, such a tough division. Let's head over and see who they're going to take.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dillon Thieneman.
Nice pick.
Defensive back, Oregon.
A lot of nodding going on in the TalkSport 2 studio, in the draft centre as we are in right now. Dillon Thieneman, I mean, we're all disappointed that he didn't end up at the Eagles, so we had another white safety in Philadelphia, but he does end up with the Chicago Bears, like big kind of changes potentially on the back end of their defense. We talked about the lack of Jaquan Brisker. Like, this feels like both a pick for need, but also getting a guy who could have easily gone top 20 at 25.
Yeah, it is the perfect trifecta of a pick. It's great need, great value, and a great player. He just ticks all the boxes that you want from a draft pick. And Dillon Thieneman has that great range, right? He runs a 4.35, for God's sake. So he can be single high, which is what he played at Purdue, is that true free safety. But he can also be a bit more versatile, play that hybrid role that he played in the Oregon defense. And that just allows the Bears to utilize Thieneman in whatever way they see fit. They can have Brisker more as that slot player, Thieneman probably more as that
if he comes
safety,
back,
if he comes back. But I like what Thieneman can offer this Bears defense as that versatile playmaker on the back end.
They love Kyler Gordon in that kind of nickel position as a blitzer.
Yeah.
But Tyler, like, Thieneman is much more of a coverage guy out of the slot, right? He's a guy who you can put up against big tight ends, who a guy you can put up against big slots, who we're seeing a lot more of in the NFL, and can really press them. I really, really like this pick. He's coming out in an all-white suit. He did have the sunglasses on, but has at least taken them off to go out onto the stage as he slaps the Chicago Bears logo and heads out to give Roger Goodell a big old hug. And like I say, this still leaves another safety available for the Bills, who actually end up trading back. I'm not sure either of the Texans, or maybe the 49ers could actually go safety potentially. Like, they are not particularly huge on their starters, no matter what John Lynch says, but the Bills have chosen to trade back. The Texans are now up into that position. And I mean, from a Houston perspective, when you look at who's on your big board, who do you fancy?
I like Kaden McDonald. I think they'll go with a defensive tackle. That's kind of the only hole that I see on the defense.
By the way, that was who we picked to him on the Across the Formation podcast. I haven't been back and looked at how many we nailed. I don't think it's going to be very many.
I only talk about the things I get correct as well. Don't worry. I can be selective like that too. So I think it will be Kaden McDonald. That makes sense. Offensive line, Emmanuel Pregnon maybe if we really wanted to help out CJ Stroud. But I suspect defensive tackle here will be the play.
But is it not noticeable they jumped in front of the San Francisco 49ers? So why would they do that for Kaden McDonald as a defensive tackle?
Well, because the 49ers love to draft defensive tackles, as we know.
But taking Osa Odigizua in that trade, I mean, like, I don't know. Does that maybe signal that this is going to be something else that maybe surprises us here?
Or another team we're trying to trade up?
Let's hear from Dillon Tienneman, who is heading over to Laura Rutledge out on the stage. The latest Chicago Bear, live in Pittsburgh.
Chicago Bear, what stands out most to you about your journey to becoming a first-round draft pick?
Never knew what kind of path I was going to take. I mean, started at Purdue, ended at Oregon, but I'm just extremely thankful to everyone that's been with me throughout the way and the journey I've gone on.
You grew up idolizing his safety and studying him a ton that people here know well in Troy Polamalu. What traits do you bring to the table that can make you the next best one for the Bears?
I think I'm very versatile and I'm able to use my speed and play recognition to play fast and play aggressive.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
And a great blitzer, so maybe he just replaces Kyler Gordon entirely. Maybe that's what he ends up doing, getting downhill and making those moves. Keep getting in touch with us on the YouTube stream, either from TalkSport or from TalkSport USA, or you can tweet us. I'm at Will Gavin. He's Dom Corbs NFL.
Corbs NFL, the one and only.
And Will Varney 24.
At Will Varney _.
There we go. Yeah, of course he's got the underscore in there. That's because you're young and you weren't able to get your name. That's
exactly.
The benefit of being a chop dunk is that at least I've got my name on all of my... I'm doing it for the brand. I mentioned it, right? Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's still on the board. I think I really like him as a possible pick in the next two picks after the Texans to either the 49ers or the Bills. I think he comes off the board quite soon. The Texans pick is in at 26. I'm just having look, I haven't been able to find what they gave up to move up those two spots, but let's wait and see who they take at 26, Commissioner.
With the 26th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Keelan Rutledge, guard, Georgia Tech.
Keelan Rutledge, the guard out of Georgia Tech, who is a guy who, like Chase Basontis, Keelan Rutledge, Emmanuel Pregnon, these have all been, you look at different draft analyst big boards, they are all guys who kicked into different positions. Keelan Rutledge, and interior O-line is a big need for the 49ers as well. So maybe they did see San Francisco as a team to move ahead of. Because, by the way, while the Texans moved up from 28 to 26 to get ahead of the 49ers, clearly the 49ers decided that, all right, well, that means that we're not going to get the player we want. And they have traded back with the Miami Dolphins from 27 to 30. They get pick 90 in this draft for moving back those three spots. The Dolphins actually get 27 and 138. So a bit of a funky two pick swap trade there. So they've moved back from 27 to 30. Talk to us about the Texans pick.
Yeah, it's pretty ugly stuff, I fear, and quite late in the night, which I really did not need.
It's interesting. Some people really rate Rutledge highly.
Yeah, he's an industry plant. He's that same one that all these insiders have in the late round, in the late first. He's not on my top 50 big board. If we get that up on the screen, he's not even on there. He's 57. So this is a humongous reach. This is giving me Kenyon Green vibes in the worst way possible.
Not Cole Strange.
Maybe not quite that bad, but I hope it doesn't turn out to be that bad. My God, I like us trying to protect CJ Stroud. I get that, right? He looked so damn awful against the Patriots that we just had to rebuild that offensive line, make sure we know what we have in him. We couldn't pick up his fifth-year option with how the season ended last year. So I get it, but I think he's a guy that you could have got mid-late day two. Basontis was also there. Pregnon is also there. I had Pregnon as a top 30 pick, so that's a big miss on the board. Unfortunately, that's a miss for me. That's a miss. That's not a good pick. In as a Texans fan, that pains me to admit, but I got to keep it real.
As I mentioned, the 49ers moved down from 27 to 30. They pick up pick 90 in this draft, an extra third rounder. They give up a fourth rounder to get up to 90 and then also move 3 back in the first round. That's the slightly confusing element of this. They now have 6 picks, rounds 1, 2, 3, and then 3 in the fourth round. Look, from a Texans perspective, they go and give the big contract to Will Anderson, absolutely deserved. Second best defensive player in football, only behind non-human Myles Garrett last year. They haven't paid CJ Stroud yet. He has been disappointing since that phenomenal rookie season, which before Jaden Daniels was probably the best rookie season we've ever seen, and then Jaden Daniels came in and did it again. Yes, they need to go and protect him, but also they're right now at a point where, unless you think they're going to try and get a deal done this offseason, they're still trying to see what they've got in him.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of what I think this pick has come down to. It's not just, okay, it's a first round pick, we're spending on a guard, what I see as a reach, but it's investing in a previous second overall pick in CJ Stroud. And so from that regard, sure, you kind of, again, I've said it all night long, you kind of can't hate drafting and building in your trenches, especially when you have a questionable quarterback when the pressure starts to get to him. But again, I think you can get that later. So for me, whilst I understand the argument and whilst I see the perspective that the Texans front office probably came at this with, I think that fear drove this pick rather than cooler heads. And whenever that happens, that's when you reach. That's when busts happen. That's when you wish you probably had made a different pick or at least waited a little bit longer to make that selection.
Right. What are the Dolphins doing here then?
It's a good question.
The Bubba King is back in our mentions in the YouTube channel, the one who got very angry when they moved down from 11 to 12 and didn't take Caleb Downs. He said, please, Pons or Cooper.
Oh, I love Pons.
Pons is one of those sneaky, there's a couple of those defensive backs. Pons is one, he's a tiny human being for the position, but has got very hyped.
Aura.
Chris Johnson is another one who people like to get going this late round. Jamal McCoy's still there and available as much as the injury history is a concern.
McCoy would be an unbelievable get for them at this point because he's a genuine CB1, I think. And yes, even with the injuries, like I said, Storm Duck is your current starting cornerback if you're the Dolphins. That cannot remain the case going into this season.
Can I just say, you've just paid Malik Willis to come in and be your quarterback. You've got to give him somebody to throw the ball to. Right now, their wide receivers, Malik Washington, Jalen Tolbert, and Tutu Atwell. Give him somebody. And that's it. They've got to build around their quarterback, like you mentioned earlier. They take Caden Proctor with their first pick in the first round, and I just wonder if right now they look to wide receiver, the fact that Omar Cooper Jr. is still on the board.
Is it Omar Cooper? Is it Denzel Boston? Is it one of those defensive backs? They really are a team who could pick anywhere right now as Roger Goodell comes out onto the stage for pick 27.
27th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chris Johnson, defensive back, San Diego State.
I named him Chris Johnson out of San Diego State. I said there are some corners. Pons is another one who getting up into there. I got to tell you, I love Chris Johnson, and he was sneakily the guy I wanted if I couldn't get Ihrenachor for the 49ers. Instead, they trade back and let Chris Johnson go to the Dolphins. I love this pick.
I also love it. My bank account less so, because I didn't think that Chris Johnson was going to go in the first round. But you win some, you lose some in the NFL draft, and such is life. But from a player perspective, Chris Johnson, absolutely. I do think that whilst it's a little early for me, the need here for the Miami Dolphins at cornerback succeeds what I have as my rankings as at 39 for Chris Johnson. He is just a good cornerback that has that high floor. You feel confident leaving him in man coverage, zone coverage. He's a good tackler. He can play in the run game as well. He's just a very capable corner, and the Dolphins honestly needed a healthy, capable body at cornerback, and Chris Johnson is that and then some.
Why did you think he wouldn't go in the first round out of interest? What stood out to you?
The fact that I don't think he is that CB1. I don't think that he has that same profile that Delane had, that McCoy had, arguably that Pons has to a slightly different degree if we put the size apart. That doesn't have that tenaciousness about him, doesn't have that go get it kind of mentality. You want your cornerbacks, I think, to never have their mouth guard in their mouth. You want to have them always talking smack. You want to have them being that kind of the worst person on the team. And I don't think Chris Johnson's going to be that.
Amazing. The story that's coming out from what happened earlier on when the Eagles traded up to 20 to the Cowboys to pick Makai Lemon. So because everyone knew that the Cowboys were going to go defense. The Steelers were on the phone to Makai Lemon to pick him. So when the Eagles traded up and called Makai Lemon to tell him they were picking him, he didn't answer the phone because he was on the phone to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Wow.
And Philly had to ring him 3 or 4 times to tell him, you are coming to Pennsylvania, but not the part of Pennsylvania you thought you were coming to 30 seconds ago. That's absolutely amazing. We have had another trade as well. We did say that we thought there'd be lots of these little moves in the first round, and we see another one as the New England Patriots move above San Francisco and Kansas City into pick 28. The Bills have moved down a second time in this draft, and now the Patriots at 28. Who are they going to take?
With the 28th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Caleb Lomu, tackle, Utah.
Well, I think that tells you what they think about Willie. Will Campbell was their left tackle, who in the Super Bowl was manhandled. Now, they went and got Elijah Vera-Tucker, the left guard. Admittedly, big injury concerns, but that really, in this offseason, shocked me because I was saying, well, I thought Will Campbell was going to kick inside. You were going to go and get yourself a left tackle. They do that anyway. They give themselves some flexibility. Caleb Lomu started 12 games at left tackle and did not allow a single sack at Utah this year. They go left tackle for the second straight draft in the first round. How are you feeling about the pick, Dom Corbett?
It's a bit early for me. I've got Lomu at 41. I just think that Lomu is a bit stiff in the run game. I don't think he's overly strong or powerful. I think he also playing for the Utah Utes in the Big 12, he's not exactly going up against a gauntlet of pass rushers, right? So you're not going against those power guys that you see all the time in the NFL. And I think really the biggest thing for me is that he needs to play with more tenacity, a bit more strength, a bit more kind of go-get-it attitude. I do like his athleticism. I like his hands. I like the fact that he's strong in pass pro. I wonder which position he will play. I think that for the Patriots, this is a move which gives them some flexibility. I wouldn't necessarily move Will Campbell right away, and I would argue that the Patriots wouldn't think that off just one game anyway when he was injured, but if, let's say, Campbell continues to struggle at left tackle, they could put Lomu there. Lomu could play guard. I think that obviously Campbell would be a fantastic guard, so it just allows them there to have a bit of flexibility, get their best 5 guys out there, and protect the franchise quarterback in Drake May.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that's really interesting. If you look at how that front shapes out right now, because if you bring Caleb Lomu into it, you've got Morgan Moses, who feels like he's probably in the final year of his NFL career. Michael Nwenu right now is a solid right guard. Elijah Vera-Tucker, all the injury concerns. So do you move Campbell over to right tackle potentially and put Lomu in at left tackle? It's going to be interesting to see how it shapes out.
Right, we'll be back up next. The Chiefs have made their pick. Just 4 picks left in the 2026 first round. 5 trades on the night already. 6 if you include the Bengals earlier this week as well, trading away the 10th pick to the Giants for sexy Dexy Lawrence. Let's see what the Chiefs do at 29. Up next here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport USA YouTube channel.
The NFL Draft, live on TalkSport 2.
Middle of the end zone. Touchdown.
Back with the NFL Draft here on TalkSport 2. 4 picks left in the first round. 4 of the 6 teams who are the favourites for the Super Bowl this coming season all left to pick. The Kansas City Chiefs at 29, the San Francisco 49ers at 30, the Bills at 31, and the Seahawks at 32. The Niners have just traded out of the first round, with the New York Jets moving up to 30 to make a pick. We absolutely go. I don't know what the trade deal is right now. This is not a surprise with the 49ers, who didn't have a pick past the 4th round this year and maybe have seen the guys that they like already off the board. Jets trade 33 and 179, so they get a 5th round pick back. God, my math is so bad today. The 49ers trade from 30 to 33. They will not pick on night 1. The Jets will make a 3rd selection, and Roger Goodell is going to tell us who the Chiefs are taking at 29.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Peter Woods, defensive tackle, Clemson.
Peter Woods picked by the Kansas City Chiefs. He is a Clemson. Can get upfield, can get into the backfield. I'm not saying he's a Chris Jones, because by any stretch of the imagination, everyone at his draft party is wearing all white except for him, who's in like a let's call it what it is, a Jets green suit. He's so quick. Like, kind of feel like Byron Murphy vibe from him. They needed edge help massively. Do they just think they can get interior penetration from this guy and Chris Jones and just deal with it that way?
I think that must be the case. I mean, they obviously have Peter Woods ranked higher than any other edge defender on their board, even with the team needs there. And ultimately, I think that's probably what's best for the team anyway, because in a few years we'll be saying, well, why have they not drafted a Chris Jones replacement? And Peter Woods, last year, I thought he was going to be the next big thing at defensive tackle, the next Byron Murphy, the next the Jets guy. It's late now. My brain is fried. We all know Quinnen Williams. He's not even called Garrett.
Yeah.
Quinnen Williams. Goodness gracious me. Well, we got there in the end. Quinnen Williams. But his 2025 tape was just not what we were hoping for. He looked so promising in 2024. He was my number 1 ranked player going into this year. Finishes at 26. You can see how the mighty have fallen with regards to that. But the 2025 tape just lacked kind of athleticism, quickness, and also fitness. He didn't really play that much. His snap count is concerningly low, but if you can get the 2025 version of Peter Woods all the way down at 20, where are we now, 29, then that's a potential steal in a few years' time.
Listen, big move from the New York Jets here to move up from 33 to 30, get back into that first round. And you have to think, they went Kenyon Sadiq at 16. They went edge rush with David Bailey at 2. There was a lot of talk of wide receiver, and there are 2 first-round guys still on the board in Boston and Cooper. Could they have decided they want to add a second weapon in that position? There's safeties still available to you, potentially, in Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. He's very high on the board. Let's see the big board, actually, in fact. Let's see who is still on there for Dom Corbett on our YouTube channel if you are watching at TalkSport USA. I mean, Omar Cooper, Jamod McCoy, could they be coming up to get a corner? Obviously traded away Sauce Gardner. Avian Terrell there as well. Like another one. I mean, we mentioned Caden McDonald. Are they looking for some interior pass rush after letting Williams go? What are you feeling as Rog comes to the stage?
I think it's got to be a wide receiver here. When you look at the weapons at Geno Smith's disposal for this season, it is A.D. Mitchell, Garrett Wilson, and Isaiah Williams, as well as Arian Smith. I think it's got to be a wide receiver. Could be a corner, though. Colton Hood, potentially.
Ooh, spicy.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Omar Cooper Jr.
Nice pick.
Wide receiver, Indiana.
Yeah, okay. They've got me back on side.
3 first-round picks this year, 3 first-round picks next year. They get 2 big weapons and a pass rusher, even if it wasn't the one you were hoping for.
Yep.
Yes, David Bailey felt like a bit of a reach at 2 with Arvell Reese there, but overall, as a Jets fan, you got to be feeling good about getting Omar Cooper.
Yeah, they've salvaged the night tonight with that, because Omar Cooper Jr., so many people were discussing they could take him at 16th overall. The fact that he's slid to this point, and they've obviously obviously felt they need to capitalise right now. They have those 2 second-round picks. Just seeing the images in that draft room, big claps all round, and that's it. They needed offensive weapons. Kenyon Sadiq is simply not enough for this team. When I just mentioned there what is currently at the disposal in that room, give Garrett Wilson somebody to just take a little bit of attention off him and ultimately then potentially thrive. And look, like I mentioned, this is not a draft, and the rebuild is simply not just this year. 3 first-round picks next year. An eye is already on 2027, but you need capable players early, and you need to actually just build some confidence and some belief in this team. Ultimately, great pick, 3 first-rounders. Yeah, I'm on board. You got me back on side. The Moosh and Aaron Glenn. I'm buying it. We're back, baby. We're back.
We're going to have to edit a video of your reaction to the second pick and then your reaction to the third.
We've never been so back and it's never been so over, the comparison there. I mean, Omar Cooper Jr. is the yards after the catch threat to complement Garrett Wilson as that do-it-all wide receiver one. He then got Kenyon Sadiq as that big slot receiver, tight end, field stretch up the seams. Those are 3 different great weapons that whoever's going to be the quarterback can throw to.
We have seen another trade back up into the first round. Sorry, I gave a big indicate to the screen there because the Buffalo Bills, they can't stop trading back. They trade back for a 3rd time in this draft to allow the Tennessee Titans to get back up into the first round and pick at 31 ahead of Seattle. I mean, I had all my needs up for Buffalo. I was all ready to go to talk about them. Now I've got to grab my Tennessee Titans notes up. Who have they already picked? What's going on?
I've got a suggestion for you, Will, because earlier on you mentioned about how a linebacker would fit perfectly for Robert Saleh. So is this where Jacob Rodriguez potentially comes off?
I love that.
And your CJ Allen, or CJ Allen.
I'm not a CJ Allen man.
I'd hate that.
Yeah. I held back there.
I held back.
Dichotomy.
Yeah.
Because I just wonder, when you look at the linebackers currently the Tennessee Titans have, Cody Barton, Cedric Gray, I just wonder, Jacob Rodriguez, it feels like there is so much talk about him and the intelligence that he plays with. Ultimately, he could be the guy. I just wonder, Tennessee trading up ahead of the Seahawks here. Look, I just feel like potentially linebacker, maybe this is it. A defensive pick here to complement Carnell Tate early on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they go with that Robert Saleh defense, obviously. And the power, maybe like a defensive tackle if there's one left, but I don't think there is one on the board. I like your shout there of a linebacker a lot, but which one?
Well, I suppose it depends how comfortable they feel with the cornerbacks that they currently have. They obviously brought in Alontae Taylor, didn't they, in free agency? They've got Cordell Flott, who they brought in as well in free agency. Joshua Williams. So maybe they feel fine at the corner position for
Brian Daboll. I know is only the offensive coordinator there, but Brian Daboll going and signing the players that got him sacked in New York.
Oh, don't worry, there is
astonishing.
You could say the same about Robert Saleh bringing all the Jets guys in as well. John Franklin Myers, Jermaine Johnson, Tony Adams. Don't worry, it's Jets 2.0 currently in Nashville.
Oh God. Still some top tier guys on the board available for the Titans who have traded back in. Still guys who maybe aren't in that very, very top tier, but certainly first round prospects on a lot of people's boards. I mean, we look at yours right now, Jamob McCoy, Avian Terrell. Maybe it is a corner. Maybe it's Caden McDonald. Caden McDonald still being there.
I thought he went.
This could definitely be the pick here, Caden McDonald at 31.
Him and Jeffrey Simmons in the interior.
Oh, that's tasty. That's really tasty.
Good defensive tackle duo there.
Come on, Rog. Tell us who it's going to be. God, stop calling him Rog.
Before the Titans pick, congratulations, you set a record for the first night of the draft. 320,000 people here tonight. Congratulations, Pittsburgh. Awesome. With the 31st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Keldrick Falk.
Oh, I just hand over to you. Yuck. Keldrick Falk gets into the first round. The edge out of Auburn, 6'5", 7/8", 276 pounds, light for an edge setter, but yeah, big, long, run-defending edge.
I mean, that's exactly it. When he's not necessarily a bad player, even at his value. I mean, I've got him at 40. It's not the end of the world at this point in the draft. It's not like you're reaching 8 picks in the top 10. But it is more the fact that there were such great players left on the board that I think were going to be more impactful. Caden McDonald would have been a better defensive lineman, in my opinion. You had the second.
They did go and get John Franklin Myers in the offseason. So in theory, their front is Jermaine Johnson, Jeffrey Simmons, John Franklin Myers, and Keldrick Falk. Like, that's solid.
Yeah,
it's not spectacular, but it's good players at every position.
And the thing is that Salah likes those front four guys. He doesn't like to send blitzes. They need to be able to hold up against the run themselves. And Keldrick Falk can do that. I mean, he is like a run defender first and foremost, with that massive frame, big, strong, long base defensive end, powerful hands. Showed improvement as a pass rusher. I think the idea that he might suddenly develop into this elite player is a little bit unrealistic. But look, he's one of the youngest players in this draft class. I think he's still only 20 or 21 years old. Either way, he'll be young when the season starts. Room to develop if you believe in the whole youth equals kind
and
of
they're not a next year team. They're not a win now team, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah. I mean,
developing is what they're going to have to do.
Absolutely, and I really like what the Titans are looking like going into this year. I really believe in Cam Ward. I think that Brian Dable as an offensive mind is good. I like what Salah brings to the defense. I like Jeffrey Simmons. I think this is a team that is looking a lot better. I just think they could have been even better if they'd taken one of the players on the Don Corbett top 50 big board that was ranked ahead of Keldrick Falk.
Listen, take him at 31. He's heading to stage. He never led Auburn in pressures. He never led Auburn in tackles for loss. He never led Auburn in sacks. He's just not that player. Yeah. Right? He's not got that juice. But maybe Salah, as much as he loves 4 down linemen, and that's very much his style, like in his final year as defensive coordinator, when he returned to the 49ers, they did start to show more exotic fronts. They did start to do more with the linebackers before everyone got hurt. The first part of the season, they actually had a really nice year, and you just wonder if maybe getting a good edge setter means they can do more interesting stuff, bring some guys on blitzes, do stuff with the linebackers. Like, they'll play a ton of nickel, you would imagine. This is very much me talking myself into this.
Yeah. Are you on the payroll of Robert Salah over there?
I mean, I am.
Someone just sent you a bank transfer.
2020 Super Bowl 2019 season, Robert Salah gave us like 15 minutes on opening night, and he is one of the most charismatic humans. He's one of those people, when you meet him, just locks eyes with you, remembers your name, never like. So yeah, I am a fanboy.
Yeah,
of Robert Salah,
fair enough.
But I know that he is not the modern defensive coordinator. Yeah. He is not Mike McDonald. He is not going to throw all sorts of crazy stuff at you. He's not going to go, we haven't blitzed our corners all year, so in the Super Bowl we're going to do it 4 times in the first 20 defensive snaps. Like, he's not that guy. I think he will have fallen in love with just how solid this guy is, and he's just a plug and play day one type of player.
What's interesting is that he was at the draft. He's there in person. He's waited in the green room until pick 31. I mean, I really feel for him. I mean, we've seen guys fall out in it. You know, we've seen the likes of Will Levis go and not be drafted. To be sat in that room and to see all these guys be called before you and to wait for someone to trade up, obviously massive relief for him.
Let's hear from Keldrick Falk, who did definitely look relieved to be picked.
I don't even know how to feel right now. I'm like, I don't even know. I'm happy.
You should be happy, and your versatility is a defining feature of your game, your ability to line up inside and outside along the D-line. How do you think Robert Salah can get the best out of you?
Just by putting me where we need to win, and then using me all across the D-line. This is what I do, and that's how I play.
Congratulations.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
you. You maybe think that they thought of Keldrick Falk could be a pick for Seattle, which is why they needed to move above them. The Seattle Seahawks pick is in. The final pick of the first round in Western Pennsylvania is in. 300,000 people there in attendance. They have made a pick. They haven't traded out. So, I mean, in addition to the teams who we already knew didn't have a pick in this first round, the 49ers and Buffalo Bills end up adding to that and moving down to the top of the second round. The trade that it turned out being for the Bills to drop from 31 down to, I think, 35 with the Titans is essentially they moved up in the 3rd and 4th round. 3 picks went one way, 3 picks went back the other way, and they moved up about 50 spots across those 2 picks in day 2 and day 3. So not exactly a blockbuster trade from their perspective. We didn't expect somebody to come in maybe and take a quarterback at the end of the round, because Ty Simpson, the real shock of the night, went at 13 overall. And as we see the Seattle Seahawks getting ready to make their pick at 32, the Super Bowl champions, will they go defense? Will they help Adam dirty on that side of the ball after losing talent during this offseason? Let's head back to the commissioner.
We're proud to continue recognizing our long-standing partnership with Make-A-Wish this World Wish Month. I'm thrilled to be joined by Dillon, a huge fan of the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks, who bravely battled a brain tumor and is now a 2-time cancer survivor. Woo! This is a wish come true for Dillon, and a chance to take part in one of the most exciting moments in our league. Dillon, when you're ready, stage is yours.
What's going on with Pittsburgh? Yeah! I'm so excited to be here to represent the 12s. Oh, and the reigning Super Bowl champion!
I mean, the mic technique's not great, but fair play to him for giving it some.
You just know the sound guy is sweating right now.
And with that, with the 32nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jadarian Price.
Oh, wow. Taken at 32 in the Across the Formation mock draft by that man Sam Harris on the other side of the glass. Jadarian Price, 2 running backs taken from the same College of Notre Dame, 28 picks apart in the 1st round. And I've got to tell you, I hate what the Seattle Seahawks have done in this offseason. I think letting Kenneth Walker go for an absolutely reasonable contract and going and getting a guy who is not a 1st round quality running back when they've only got 4 picks in this draft. They only have 4 picks, and yet they let 3 or 4 key defensive talent go, again for contracts that weren't great. I know that Super Bowl teams see a talent drain. I know that happens, right? But they're 3 or 4 good corners on the board right now. Why are you taking Jadarian Price there? I just don't buy that a combination of Jadarian Price and a crocked up mess of a backfield behind him is the right move for them. What they've got, I just don't buy this at all. Zach Charbonnet injured, Emmanuel Wilson coming in, George Halani, Cam Akers, none of that looks good to me.
No, and we end with a player that, again, not on the DC top 50, 61. On my big board. I think that's a big reach. I think Jadarian Price was a backup on his own team. I mean, he has a lot of potential. He's a young player. We've not seen probably the best football that he can play, but he was behind Jeremiah Love. He was the RB2 for Notre Dame. A lot of that was down to a good offensive line there. I think that's an early pick for a running back that isn't going to be a true RB1. This is giving me like Sony Michel-esque vibes from the Patriots when they drafted a running back at a similar spot. And I just think that you're not getting the right value there with a 1st round pick for the Seattle Seahawks.
I want to be clear. I don't hate the Seahawks taking a running back full stop. I hate them taking a running back in a draft where they are so low on picks and have a few very clear needs. And at positions, let's see the Dom Corbett top 50 board if you're watching on YouTube for one last time, because Jamod McCoy, Avian Terrell, both would have been great picks here. And actually, if you wanted to add to the line on either side, Emmanuel Pregnon,
yeah.
Honestly, you want to ask Seattle fans which player they think is the biggest surprise as a Super Bowl winner right now. They'll all tell you Anthony Bradford at right guard is a guy who is not necessarily
a
NFL
sleeper
worthy.
agent for all 31 other teams.
Pregnon definitely could have made it in there. I think this is stunning. D'Angelo Pons. I know he's a smaller guy, but he would have
such a great scheme fit.
He would have really suited what they do there. Like, there's a lot of guys I absolutely love. I do not love this pick. I love it a little bit as an NFC West fan. But this is what the Rams and Seahawks have done tonight, and with the 49ers accumulated extra picks and picking first tomorrow, I'm pretty happy with the 49ers work today.
But this is the frustration when you see a team drafting almost for need rather than they can go and get a genuine star player who can help the roster in a better way, even at a premium position like you just had there on your top 50 board, Dom, whether it's a cornerback in particular. And I just feel like you said, Will, the fact that they didn't pay Kenneth Walker, who was a Super Bowl MVP, and the fact that you're drafting Jadarian Price so you can potentially pick up that fifth-year option if you want to. And the running back position, I know that there's a lot of discussion about us not valuing the running back position as much as we should. I feel like that's maybe been put to rest the last couple of years from what we've seen, especially from some stars at that position. But to me, I think they could have really gone out of their way because nothing's stopping them taking a corner. Like, if you look at their corner's position right now, Devon Witherspoon has been fantastic, but still, to just improve that room alongside Josh Jobe, I think there's some that's serious advantage that they could have had, and ultimately they chose not to, and I think that will be a key frustration. There's no doubt they wanted to trade out of 32. 4 picks. Like, you are desperate to trade out of there. Clearly, no one willing to pick up the phone.
I think it says a lot about what they thought the strength of this running back class is. I think they probably looked at it and thought, we're not getting another running back that we even remotely like.
You had a great one in the building, and he didn't sign for that much money.
I know. Well, that's
he proved to them what he was. After Charbonnet went down, he proved that he can be an RB1. Maybe not in that very upper echelon. Maybe he's not going to be a Bijan Robinson or a Jahmyr Gibbs or Christian McCaffrey or one of those guys that can absolutely define how a team goes. But when you've got Jackson Smith and Jigba, when you've got a good offensive line outside of Anthony Bradford, when you have, I mean, we need to see what the scheme looks like post Clint Kubiak, but he is a brilliant complementary back to everything else you've got there, and I really hated moving on from him, and I really hate replacing a running back with the 32nd pick in the draft. What we are going to do, we're going to take a break here. We are all through 32 picks, and then we're going to come back and we're just going to recap the first round, go through each of the picks, give a little bit of an insight into what we made of this round. Some big surprises, a lot of trades, a lot of moves. So that's up next here on TalkSport 2.
The NFL Draft, live on TalkSport 2.
Middle of the end zone, touchdown.
You're back on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport USA YouTube channel. Thank you, by the way, to all those guys who have been getting in touch via the chat on TalkSport USA and on the TalkSport YouTube channel. Been some really great messages in there, so really appreciate it. Space Wolf Dadlu, who was messaging us earlier, said, I trust the Seahawks more than most teams, and it shows that it's a poor draft. Look at cornerbacks not taken so far. Teams are picking lesser players because they don't trust the better players. Well, we're going to do exactly that, and we are going to look back over this first round. This is also doubling up, and I'll do the intro here as well. Welcome to Across the Formation, TalkSport's very own NFL podcast with myself, Will Gavin, Sam Harris, normally Ollie Hunter in the third seat. Today it's the brilliant draft expert who's been with us all morning, Dom Corbett's here.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Well, normally heard on the fantastic Nat Coombs show, of course, part of the NFL family here at TalkSport. Yes, all the best NFL content in this country comes from us here at TalkSport. I'm going to lay that claim down and I'm going to stick with it. So we're going to go back and recap this first round, go back over those first 32 picks, give quick thoughts on each of them, maybe focus a bit more on the more like splashy big moment picks, and then also if you go to the TalkSport USA YouTube channel, you're going to be able to see some immediate reactions to how we reacted to the picks in the first place. Real highlights being David Bailey at 2 to the Jets, being of course at 13 the Los Angeles Rams taking Ty Simpson as the long-term replacement for Matthew. So maybe even, like I say, long-term, next year potentially replacement for Matthew Stafford. We saw a whole bunch of trading, particularly in the back end, 7 trades on the night itself. If you add to the other trades on top of that pre-draft, more than 10 trades and moves in this first round. Plenty of teams not picking in the first round. The San Francisco 49ers and Buffalo Bills coming out of the first round to add to those teams who already haven't made a pick right now. And some teams, in the New York Jets in particular, now making 3 picks in this round. So, gents, I will rattle through these and we'll give our thoughts on them. At number 1 overall, the Las Vegas Raiders take Fernando Mendoza. We all knew it was coming, but I think from our conversation earlier, I think we are all pretty high on this.
You can't not be. It's a quarterback that's going to immediately usher the Jets into a new era of what they hope is competitivity, and they have someone that can come in and either learn from Kirk Cousins and from Clint Kubiak, or I think he could also start right away. It depends if they want to ease him in or not, but he does have those quarterback intangibles, that quarterback aura, and I think Mendoza will be a good NFL quarterback. The only question for me is, will he be a great one? That will be dependent on the supporting cast around him.
And I mean, the supporting cast, not just in terms of the wide receivers, the tight ends, the everything else, but also the Tom Brady of it, the Kirk Cousins of it.
The setup of it is perfect for him. And you can tell by the type of person he is going to sponge and soak all of that up. And yeah, I mean, we've spoken about it plenty of times on many a podcast on the build up to this. It is the perfect fit for a quarterback like him. And I'd like to see him do well. He seems like such a nice bloke, and I expect with that setup, he hopefully will do.
Now, the New York Jets picking at 2. I mean, immediately, every mock draft thrown out of the window who are giving him Arvell, Reese. David Bailey didn't come for a top 30 appointment. And if you're listening to the podcast version of this, by the way, what will be inserted right now will be Will Varney's rant immediately after that pick. Let's hear exactly how it sounded when that went in, and New York Jets fan Will Varney reacted. So that was, if you're listening to the podcast version, Will Varney reacting to it. David Bailey is a high floor, immediate starting. He is a good edge rusher who is worthy of probably a top 10 pick in this draft and a top 10 to 15 pick in most drafts, right? I do not doubt that David Bailey is a talented football player. But when you have some potential true game changers at positions of need on this board, whether that is Sonny Styles, whether that is Caleb Downs, whether that is Arvell Reese himself, it felt like a bizarre move for David Bailey to go to the Jets here.
It really did. I was a big Arvell Reese guy here. I just thought the fit made more sense with his power profile, that ability to be more versatile. To me, this just screamed of Aaron Glenn, who is playing for his job, probably meddling a bit more with the pick, wanting someone that can be that immediate impact, that can be the player that can get after the quarterback and give this New York Jets defense a bit of quarterback pressure production, frankly. And David Bailey, for me, good player, second overall player. That is rich for my blood.
I want, just so you know, they won Will Varney back by the end of the draft, and we will get to that when we get to it. Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame went to the Cardinals at 3. It feels like a big time. It's a cherry on top player to a team that need to eat their salads.
100%. This one I did not see coming. I thought when the Giants got their 10th pick from the Bengals, I thought, you know what, they might reach for him or go for him at 5. But I did not see that coming. I mean, he could turn out to be a generational running back, but when you're on a terrible team that needed a lot more, it does feel like a bit of a reach and a bit of a waste, to be honest. I don't know how he's going to fare there, but I guess we'll see.
I mean, from a Cardinals perspective, they already have a pretty, I say stacked backfield, not in terms of overall talent, but they did go and get Tyler Algier. They do have James Conner, who has been a touchdown machine for them. Yes, he has the injury concerns, but you'd think one of those guys is surely going to have to move on at this point. And you could maybe argue that they bring in Isaac Seumalo this offseason. They like Paris Johnson. I'm trying to justify this a little bit. I'm really quite struggling with it. The NFL tells us what they think of running backs, right? In the guys who have gone in the top 10 over the last 10 years, Ezekiel Elliott, Christian McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley, Bijan Robinson, all been sensational. Leonard Fournette is a Super Bowl winner, played brilliantly in that playoff run, and whilst he may not have had the impact of those other 4 I named, still been a good player in the NFL. Ashton Genty, only 1 year in, we'll see. So the NFL, talent-wise, they nail this position, I think, better than almost any other position at the top end of the draft. Just don't like the fit with Arizona picking him this early. Then we get Carnell Tate going at 4 to the Titans. I think that was also pretty astonishing.
That was so astonishing. Carnell Tate at 4 when they have all the defensive players to choose from. There was Arvell Reese on the board. There was Sonny Styles on the board. There was Rueben Bain on the board. Carnell Tate at 4 was incredibly surprising to me. We knew the league was high on Tate. We heard it from Daniel Jeremiah that if he was potentially in play at 2 to the Jets. But nevertheless, at 4 for Carnell Tate as someone that I think, yes, is an elite deep threat, will be immediately the recipient of some beautiful Cam Ward deep balls, which will get Tennessee Titans fans being very happy and excited to watch their football team again. But ultimately, Tate is not this wide receiver one that I think is going to be a can't miss kind of prospect along the veins of a Jamar Chase, for example, who was taken in a similar kind of draft position. I think that Tate is more of that deep threat. He's basically like a really good Marquez Valdez-Scantling, which is almost underselling him, but he is not this Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, get open at the short area of the field, be yards after the catch threat, be someone that can go up against the cornerback ones of the world, the Sauce Gardners, the Derek Stingleys. So for me, 4 for Carnell Tate. Whilst he is a good player, I was left a bit wanting from this pick.
Denard Wilson is the new defensive coordinator in New York, moves over from Tennessee, and I thought Tennessee probably should have taken Arvell Reese where they did, and it turns out their former defensive coordinator is going to get him with the New York Giants. But Sam, do you like it considering that, again, we're talking about these teams at the top end with need? Arvell Reese, I think, is my favourite player in this draft. I've got 2 or 3 who I flip-flop on a bit. But when you consider that, I mean, I'll tell you, our lads, by the way, have immediately stuck him in, not as one of the outside linebackers, but they've stuck him in at the will linebacker position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you've got Brian Burns, you've got Abdul Carter, you've got Kayvon Thibodeau. I guess the question is do you have the cojones to go, well, you played off-ball in college, you're going to play off-ball for us, mate?
Well, I think so, and I think it's just a case of, I don't think they were expecting him to be there, and I think they just thought, you know what, best player available, let's just grab him. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think they maybe had their eyes on Love, and when he goes off the board and Reese is still there, I mean, you look at some of the teams, especially the last pick of the draft, you're thinking, come on, there's some really good players here. Rather than just sticking to your guns, they've seen him there and thought, you know what, we've got another pick at 10. Let's just grab him whilst we can.
And they do have another pick at 10, and we will get to that momentarily. But first and foremost, the Kansas City Chiefs give a 3rd and a 5th to move up from 9 to 6. Cleveland moving back. They see that no offensive linemen have gone off the board yet and think we fancy ourselves to still get our guy at 9. And the Chiefs come up and they take Mansoor Delane, cornerback out of LSU. Now, he's the number 1 cornerback on most people's board. And actually, when you consider what happened at corner in the rest of this draft, which is a whole lot of nothing until pick 27 with the Miami Dolphins, Did they need to move up 3 spots to get Mansoor Delane?
Maybe he was that sought after that they thought they had to. I mean, if anything, only one of them cornerbacks going this early suggests that he was in quite high demand. You'd think at least. I mean, we won't know until we might never know. But with Mansoor Delane, he was kind of the consensus CB1, and I think the little amount that it cost to go up 3 spots from 9 to 6, by the way, shows kind of the overall talent of this draft and how it was viewed by the GMs in this class. I think it's a fine pick. I'm not overly moved by it, but I think that Delane immediately brings a certain level of talent to that cornerback room, which the Chiefs obviously were lacking with Trent McDuffie being traded away. So I ultimately...
And losing Jalen Watson as well. Both to the same team in the end.
Yeah, and so I think that if you kind of forget about the trade aspect from 9 to 6, it doesn't really cost that much. It's actually a fine pick, I would say.
It is interesting. If you look at their depth chart, as much as it was a slight surprise, opposite Mansoor Delane is going to be Noel Williams, a 3rd-round pick from last year.
I like him.
Behind them, you've got Kyer Elam, Christian Fulton, Melvin Smith. Like, there is nobody setting the world on fire. I really like getting Kaden to play your nickel. Injuries, as you feel like with every Miami player, it felt like in the last few years, have hurt him. But Kaden is a really good football player when he's on the field. So in theory, there's something there. And, they brought Aloy Gilman in as well. Like, they're trying to build up that back end from the decimation of previously. And I guess they're just saying Spags knows how to train these guys up. So they move up to 6 to do it. And then a pick I love. Washington go get Sonny Styles as the Ohio State guys keep coming off the board at 7, Sam.
Yeah, I think this was a guy that you spoke about quite a lot in our podcast building up to this, and he was someone that we were kind of tipping that maybe someone could trade up to come and get him. I think there was maybe some talk that maybe Washington might go for a wide receiver to give Terry McLaurin some help. I really like this pick for them. I think the Washington Commanders fans have got themselves a baller there.
Yeah, I mean, from a Commanders perspective, again, a team that had a huge amount of need, but the big thing is that Bobby Wagner, didn't look good last year after having a Pro Bowl level season the year before. And in the middle of that defense, having invested in Leo Chenal already, having invested at the outside in Odafe Owe and Clevion Chasen, they will feel much stronger about, they play in that kind of much more 3-4 style. They will feel much stronger about where the centre of that defense is right now. And Sonny Styles, he's so good downhill. He's so good at against the run. He can get after the quarterback as well. He's so good in space. I love him. I love him so much. Maybe he's my favourite player in this draft. I can't tell. He was number 1 on your board, Dom.
Number 1 on my board. You can't not love a player that can just do everything at his position that you could ever ask of him. He can cover, he can rush the passer, he can defend the run. And the Commanders just needed talent. And they get, on my board, the most talented player in the class. So that is a home run pick for me.
Jordan Tyson at 8, out of Arizona State to the New Orleans Saints. If healthy, home run pick.
Well, that's the big asterisk, isn't it? If healthy. I mean, it's the same with him and Olave. But if they are both healthy, both on the field, Tyler Shook continues to develop the way we hoped he would, and Saints fans definitely hope he will, then this offense, I think, is looking really promising going into this year under Kellen Moore, the second-year head coach. The offensive line is looking pretty good there as well. So you like what this offense could look like when previously last season they had civilians lining up at wide receiver. They had names that I think are like randomly generated. So it's a huge swing back to what you want to see from your offense with talent on the field. It just determines if they are actually going to be on the field at the same time.
Now, Spencer Fano comes in at 9, first tackle off the board out of Utah to the Cleveland Browns. I mean, their entire offensive line was turned over this offseason, all 5 positions. And actually, I thought they put together a pretty decent offensive line considering they turned over the entire thing. Like, if it was league average, you'd be very happy. It's not necessarily brilliant, but considering you replaced all 5 positions, I thought they did okay. Spencer Fano will come in and start at day 1. I'll move on a few of these. The Giants take Francis Mauigoa at 10 out of Miami. He will likely kick inside considering the fact that they did just sign Jermaine Illuminor, the great Londoner, at right tackle to a 2-year extension. Yes, he is a little older. Maybe if Mauigoa turns out to be brilliant at guard, they can try him out at tackle next season after, but certainly he strengthens that line immediately and means they don't have to start Daniel Falele, which Baltimore Ravens fans will tell you is a very, very good thing. And then the Dallas Cowboys, I mean, Sam, they could not have sprinted this pick in harder after trading up over the Miami Dolphins to 11 to go and get Caleb Downs out of it.
Yeah, the shot of the Dallas Cowboys war room, Jerry Jones was licking his lips and climbing over the table. You could tell how happy he was. I don't think they ever thought in a million years he was going to drop that low without them having to trade up and go and get him. Look, the Cowboys, I'm really impressed with their drafting today. And as I said, I did not expect him to drop down that low.
I love Caleb Downs. I just love him. He's another one. How did Ohio State not win everything this year? Like, when they've got this many great players going in the first round.
They just churn them out. I mean, at wide receiver, we've got Jeremiah Smith coming out next year, Julian Sayin, the quarterback, potentially. I mean, it is just an NFL player factory, frankly, down there in Columbus.
And we go back-to-back Bama up next. Caden Proctor, little bit of a reach you felt at 12 to the Dolphins?
A little bit of a reach, and now that we know what they've done with both of their first round picks, I kind of like it less because it does reveal a massive hole for them at wide receiver. Of course, there are going to be later picks in the draft, and I'm sure they will address it, but now that we know the players that have gone off the board, we also know that those players that they can address that hole with are not quite as talented as you would like, and whoever you're drafting now in day 2 is going to have to basically be a wide receiver 1 by all accounts. So for them, that's going to be a bit of a problem going into next season when they've spent a lot of money and they've acquired their new quarterback in this offseason. But ultimately, Proctor, big behemoth offensive lineman, he is going to be a mauler in the run game. He is a movement away from what you've previously been watching if you're a Dolphins fan. So it's not a terrible pick. It's just a little bit early, and I might have gone with a different position there.
They're picking at 43 tomorrow, so 10 picks into the first round. But there is just the one, second tier wide receiver left available now in Denzel Boston. I don't think, if they are going wide receiver at the next pick and Boston is already gone, you do start to look at what, Jeremy Bernard, Antonio Williams, they're not the same tier.
Yeah, those are receiver 2, receiver 3 guys.
So it is potentially missing out on that today. And they did take Chris Johnson at 27. We can mention that pick here. I love the Chris Johnson pick if I just take it in isolation. If I don't take the overall draft picture, if I just go, we're taking a player that we love, we're taking a player who can have a big impact on us day one. I absolutely love the Chris Johnson pick. And they moved up to go and get him as well. I just don't know if, overall.
I think you could have got a cornerback that's only slightly worse than Chris Johnson at that 43 pick, whereas I think you're getting a significantly worse wide receiver at 43, if that makes sense. The fall off at wide receiver is steeper than it is at cornerback.
It's interesting. Simon Clancy put out a tweet. He's a friend of the show, a brilliant draft analyst in his own right. His draft book is always excellent. Go and check out his Substack. He says, I cannot imagine a worse scenario than us passing on Caleb Downs and then not taking Rueben Bain and instead taking arguably the most boom or bust prospect in the entire draft. Not a happy boy with that pick.
No, I see where he's coming from. Honestly, I see it.
Sensational. Ty Simpson, right? Let's get on to it. The Los Angeles Rams. In fact, this is another one. I'm going to play in the audio here if you're listening to the podcast of us reacting to this pick. I joked about it in the build-up to it. Adam was listening to the show, got in touch with us and said, why do I feel like we might pick Ty Simpson here? And we laughed it off. And instead, with Matthew Stafford maybe just a year left on his NFL career, they go and get his future replacement. So that was us reacting to Ty Simpson. Listen, you were a fan. I less so. Let's hear from Sam on this because we've heard from us on it when we reacted to it live.
This, for me, is the most confusing pick of this first round draft. And I think if you're Matt Stafford, you're going to be scratching your head and maybe a bit peeved. And I don't think it's because they've necessarily drafted his replacement when he retires. It's they're in win now mode. They were so close to making the Super Bowl last year. They in the playoffs they were struggling so much at corner. They need to either strengthen up there. All of the stuff with Puka, give him something to use this year. He's getting nothing out of that this year, and it's just, if I'm a Rams fan, I'm kind of thinking, Mate, I don't understand the thinking. I want to be pushing all my chips in and going for it this year. And to go for Ty Simpson, I mean...
You've got, if you wanted weapons, Makai and Casey Concepcion, both on the board, and both would have made an impact this year, particularly in that Sean McVay system. Now, they don't play wide receiver a lot. Devontae Adams is back. Like, they do like those 13 personnel lineups. I mean, Kenyon Sadiq was there as well, if you really want to go mad. I think they could have taken an interior guard. I think they could have taken a tackle. Like... You've heard what we thought about the Ty Simpson in and of himself, but it's just, that's what I feel the same. Yeah. If you're at pick 30, if you're in your original pick back there and you took Ty Simpson, I'd be like, okay, I can understand that. To go and use 13, kind of astonishing. Vega Ioane goes to the Baltimore Ravens in one of the chalkiest picks of the draft and is a great pick for them. Just a nasty, mauling blocker up front for Lamar Jackson. Love it. Derrick Henry's going to love him. We love it. All on board for that. Then Rueben Bain falls all the way to 15 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think you had him at 3 on your board, Dom?
I did, yeah. Big up Rueben Bain and his small arms. But at 15, it was just a fantastic value pick. Full
T-Rex mode.
Full T-Rex mode. Him and Will Campbell going at it, man. That's going to be like something on like National Geographic when they're showing those dinosaurs battling it out. But with Rueben Bain Jr., he just is the best pass rusher in this draft, in my opinion. Also one of the best all-round edge defenders. Someone that can also play against the run. You can have him lined up as a wide 9, have him lined up more inside. He just can do it all. He, even with those shorter arms, has the pass rush bag, has the power profile. I really, really like this player, and I think getting him at 15 with a massive need at edge is a fantastic pick.
Kenyon Sadiq at 16 goes for the Oregon tight end, goes to the New York Jets. The Jets needed a weapon at this point. Some people see him as a big receiver. I said it when we did it live. I think he's a better blocker than he is rated as, particularly at the second level. But, you know, they go and get a athletic freak who is going to give them juice immediately on the offense. They needed it desperately, but despite having using a second round pick on Mason Taylor last year, basically if you consider him a big slot receiver, then that's absolutely a great pick to go and help Garrett Wilson and particularly Geno Smith. Do we want to take a quick break and then do the second half of the first round? Let's do that. We're going to take a quick break, back for the second half of the first round as we wind things up for the first round of the NFL draft here on TalkSport 2.
The NFL Draft, live on TalkSport 2.
Middle of the end zone. Touchdown.
Are you back with the NFL Draft on TalkSport 2 and across the formation TalkSport's NFL podcast coming up to 20 to 5 like local time in the UK. So we're going to barrel through the final 16 picks of this first round, starting with Blake Miller going to the Detroit Lions. Love the pick in terms of the Clemson tackle is a day one starter. It's clear they're going to kick Penei Sewell over to left tackle with this move and bring Blake Miller in to play right tackle. It was a position of need, but also the board fell to them beautifully. Big fan of that. How do you feel about Caleb Banks going to the Minnesota Vikings at 18, particularly considering that safeties 2 and 3 were both still on the board?
It's very interesting considering exactly that these safeties in Dillon Thieneman and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren would have been just fantastic scheme fits, huge playmakers on the back end of that defense. And Caleb Banks is a very good player. He was 10 on my big board a few months ago, but the reason why he was no longer 10 is because he has 2 foot injuries. He has back-to-back foot injuries, sidelined him for the whole of the 2025 season, almost. I think he played 4 games. And then also in the post-season kind of pre-draft process with the combine, it was kind of re-aggravated and came to the forefront again. And that's a concern when the guy is an absolute behemoth of a defensive tackle who is going to continue to put a lot of weight, a lot of stress through that injury. So taking him at 18 either means you trust your doctor's loads, or perhaps something went wrong in the draft room whereby you might have put the wrong Caleb and you thought you might be getting Caleb Downs and it all went a bit wrong. But nevertheless...
Or maybe you wanted Peter Banks.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of surnames flying around. I'm sure it's a very stressful scenario. Look, it happens to the best of us, don't get me wrong. But with Caleb Banks, if he's healthy, he's going to be a great player. But that is a big if. And at 18, I don't love that huge asterisk hanging over it.
The Carolina Panthers sticking at 19. And slightly surprisingly, considering, again, those safeties were on the board, they take tackle Monroe Freeling. They want to see, can they really make something out of Bryce Young? He will come in and you guess start at right tackle in place of Taylor Moton. They got Rasheed Walker, who they picked up from the Green Bay Packers, on the other side of the line, so really shoring up that protection. A lot of speculation they'd go wide receiver there as well for the 3rd straight year in the first round. And then, as our de facto Philadelphia Eagles fan over here, the Colts didn't have a first round pick, but you have 2 teams. So
yes,
they trade up from 23 to 20, trade with the Dallas Cowboys, may move above the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the Steelers, it turns out, were on the phone to Makai Lemon, telling him they were going to pick him because everyone assumed the Cowboys were taking a defensive player. And they were on the phone to him for so long, he missed the call from the Philadelphia Eagles to tell them that they were drafting him at 20.
Harry Roseman doing Harry Roseman things. It was a big need for them with the news coming out that AJ Brown is effectively a Patriot player now. Devontae Smith's going to be moved to number 1. They were a bit weak. I know they have Hollywood Brown as a deep threat, and they've just traded for Devontavian Wicks. I really like this pick from them, and also as well, it's worth noting, especially with that story, that the Eagles will be playing Pittsburgh Steelers next year. I can guarantee you right now that he will be a touchdown scorer on that day. I really like that pick for the Eagles. I think, as I said earlier, Harry Roseman doing Harry Roseman things.
Interesting, just as a note. In fact, I'll save that for when we get to later in the draft. Very much Harry Roseman doing Harry Roseman things. Interesting note from Stephen Jones, who's just been speaking with the media as we speak. George Pickens signed his franchise tag today, or it was confirmed he will sign his franchise tag. Obviously, a receiver could have been their pick at 20 if Pickens wasn't going to stick around. Stephen Jones says they have zero intention of moving George Pickens. This is not a case of tag and trade. They intend to keep him around and keep that combination of him and CeeDee Lamb. So the Steelers forced into taking Max Ihrenachor after Makai Lemon went off the board. Incredibly high ceiling tackle prospect, a guy who could be absolutely sensational in the league, and definitely whilst not a direct position of need, like screaming need for the Steelers, they do have Broderick Jones going into the final year of his rookie deal, and they maybe aren't completely impressed with him. They took Troy Fautano. There's 2 first-round picks at either side, so they've gone with a 3rd first-round tackle. And then Akeem Mesidor going to the Chargers. They've so much age at defensive end right now with Khalil Mack. This is an older player. This is an injury, not riddled player, but certainly somebody who has had injury problems. 25 years old. I said it to you during the draft, Dom. If this guy was 22 and had the same tape, I'd maybe see him as a top 10 pick. Do we think the Chargers have got themselves a steal?
I think the Chargers have got a good pick here. Not a steal, I think, because I think this is kind of the area where a lot of people saw Akeem Mesidor going. His ceiling was kind of at the Bucks at 15. So 22 is not bad. I hate that at all. I mean, the Chargers rather. And they're kind of collecting pass rushers like the Thanos Infinity Stones, aren't they? They're just collecting the oldest ones. They're sorting by age and scrolling to the bottom. But with Mesidor, he's a box ready pass rusher. He can come out and produce for you day one, which is what the Chargers need. They're in their competitive window with Justin Herbert as their quarterback. So they're ready to kind of push, and they don't need to take someone they need to develop. They want to take a pass rusher that can play day one, get after the quarterback, get some pressures, get some sacks.
We need to barrel through, so we need to be done by 5 so that TalkSport can have their live stream back on YouTube. I've just realised. So Malachi Lawrence ends up being the pick at 23 to the Cowboys after moving back, a guy who there was a lot of heat of him, the idea of him going in the first round. I mean, we talked about this. Edge rusher at this point is very much a pick of flavour. Keldon Fogg did end up going. We'll get to that pick in a moment. But like TJ Parker is still out there. R. Mason Thomas is still out there. Cassius Howell is still out there. The super twitchy guy off the edge. But Malachi Lawrence is a Dallas Cowboy. And overall, I think between Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence, they'll be very happy with their first round haul. Casey Concepcion. Didn't you pick him for the Browns in our mock?
I did. You know what, though? Not with this pick. Not with this pick, though. So I can claim that I'm right, but only half right. I really like this guy. As every now and again, I'll pick a couple of wide receivers coming into the draft that I will keep my eye on just to pick in my dynasty teams, and this was one of them. Unfortunately, he's ended up on the Browns, but I think he's a player that the dog pounding I really love.
Dillon Tiedemann goes to the Bears. Definitely a position of need for them. A white safety. Big thumbs up from the exciting Mikes, I'm sure, for him coming into the league. And then we got to talk about the Texans they trade up above, at the time, the 49ers at 27. They then gave up that pick eventually, but they trade up to 26 and they take Keelan Rutledge. And I think this was your least favourite pick of the first round?
Yeah, I think it is, unfortunately, which really
stings. Ty Simpson went at 13.
I way prefer that. For a quarterback, I think you can take a swing, right? If that pans out, it's the most important position in the league, in the game. It's worth the swing. A guard, I mean, we've already done this with Kenyon Green. Guards in the first round have a really ugly history on not panning out if they're quite big reaches, which generally speaking Keelan Rutledge is. We did see him sneak into the back end of a few first round mocks, but I've said it on air that they're those kind of industry plants that people just put in at the end of the season there to, I don't know, get the clicks. But maybe they were right all along. Maybe I don't know ball at all and Keelan Rutledge will be fantastic, and I hope he is, but I would be surprised if that is the case.
Chris Johnson, we've already mentioned, going at 27 to the Miami Dolphins. I really love that pick, even though maybe when you combine it with the Caden Proctor pick, we're less high on it. The Patriots move up from 30 to 28 and go and get them. 31 to 28 and go and get themselves Caleb Lomu, the tackle out of Utah. Interesting note from Elliot Wolf's press conference. Caleb Lomu didn't have a visit with the Patriots because they were convinced he wouldn't be available to them by the time they got to 31. So they see that he's still there at 28. They trade up and they go and get their guy. Big fans of Caleb Lomu. We mentioned Peter Woods earlier. He goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. Interior pass rush ability, lines up alongside Chris Jones. Yes, they need some edge help with George Karlaftis really being not even a 1B, definitely more of a 2 edge rusher, but they feel like they can get that penetration up front. And then the Jets come up and they get Omar Cooper. And this is the last time I'm going to play in a clip because we have to get the dichotomy. We have to see happy Will Varney after we had sad Will Varney earlier on. Much happier with this pick. That was Will Varney reacting to Omar Cooper if you're listening on the podcast version. And if you're not, if you're listening to us live or watching us live, you should go and get the Across the Formation podcast available on Spotify and everywhere that you can get your podcast, and you can relive all of this action. Plus, we'll do some fun stuff with the picks that we made. So they trade back up into the first round, go and get Omar Cooper Jr. We thought that the 2 wide receivers in him and Denzel Boston might fall out of the round entirely. The 49ers trade out from 30 down to 33. Note from John Lynch is that they said the framework for that Dolphins trade was in place before the draft. draft. That was always a possibility. He said the second trade came together on the night. And he actually very specifically, Shanahan said in his press conference, the guys they liked on the clock at 30 are still there at 33. So you wonder if maybe the guy that they really wanted at 30 went at 28 or 29. Maybe they were liking Lomu, maybe they were liking Peter Woods, and they went, oh, we better trade back again, because I think probably more Lomu than Woods, if I'm honest with you. Like, they probably looked at the teams that were in there and thought, they're not going to take a tackle, and then the Patriots jumped up above them. And then 2 picks to finish off the round, and to round off our coverage tonight. Thank you for everyone who's been joining in via YouTube and everywhere else, and we really appreciate everything. The Titans come back into the first round, and they take Keldrick Folk. And the noise you made when this happened, Dom Corbett, I'm going to hear in my nightmares this morning.
It came out. I don't know how. It wasn't a deliberate thing. It was a guttural reaction, because Keldrick Folk, I'm just not a fan at 31. I think he's someone that's great against the run, but to draft like a designated run defender at 31 is a little bit questionable for me. He's just a player that I'm not really vibing with. You know, we all have our play styles that we like. We have the players that we like, and Keldrick Folk for me was just like what I would say is a not my guy, but he's going to be good against the run. He is a fit with what Salah wants to do. He has a bit of positional flexibility as well, can potentially develop into more of a pass rush threat, although history's kind of shown us that's not always the case with these guys. So for me, Keldrick Folk, not good at 31, but I think 32 is the worst pick of the draft, to be honest with you.
The Seattle Seahawks then at 32 do the unthinkable and take a second running back from the same school in the first round. Jadarian Price from Notre Dame goes at 32 overall. Yes, Sam Harris, you did make this your pick. Would you like to gloat for a moment before I give my thoughts?
I think this is the ultimate beer fear draft pick, and as someone who's had that many a time, that's probably why I predicted it. This is also why you pay your reigning Super Bowl MVP when you've only got 4 picks in the draft and you're a bit weak in that position. I projected it to happen, but it still doesn't make me any less surprised.
For me, my issue with it is this: I really don't like what the Seahawks have done this offseason. As a Super Bowl champion, they have a real opportunity to go back again this year. Yeah. The NFC is wide open, although very top heavy. There are 3 or 4 very good teams there, but they definitely should be considered one of the favourites. They only have 4 picks in this year's draft, and they're not great picks. They're the last pick in round 2. They picked 98, one of the last picks in round 3 when you consider the compensatory, and then a 6th round pick they got from the Browns in a trade. Everything else they traded away to improve their team this year. Now, of the players they let go, Boye Mafe, huge contract with the Bengals. It would have been difficult to keep him around. But Kobe Bryant's deal was very doable. Reek Woolen's deal was very doable. And Kenneth Walker's deal was very doable. They had cap space and they had not very many draft picks. And I just think retaining those players and trying to go back, trying to keep them on a hometown discount. I know they've got to pay guys. I know they've got to pay Witherspoon. I know they've wanted to pay Josh Jobe and they wanted to pay Ty Okada as well. Like, I get all of that. But I just think they are a weaker team than they were 2 months ago. And so key is that at running back now, they've got Emmanuel Wilson, a croc Zach Charbonnet, and a Jadarian Price who has never been a running back 1, and I don't think projects as a running back 1 in the NFL. And they let Kenneth Walker go, and I just don't like it. They should still be a favourite. They've still got a great defence, great coaching, everything else. But I feel like in the toughest division in football, they have taken a step back, when before tonight I'd have told you the Rams and the 49ers have both taken a step forward. 49ers didn't make a first-round pick, and the Rams went and picked a quarterback for the future. So maybe this is the draft. Maybe they looked at what the others did and went, oh no, we can make a luxury pick here. I really, really didn't like it. But overall, just finally, 2 minutes we've got left here. Just give me a favourite pick from the first round.
Oh, that's a favourite pick from the first round. I am going... Oh, it's got to be Makai Lemon at 20 to the Eagles.
I mean, that was going to be Sam's favourite pick of the first round, so that saved us some time, because I think you both would have gone with 100%. The same pick. The Caleb Downs basically falling to the Cowboys. They had to give up 2/5 to move up 1 spot because the Dolphins probably would have taken him. Absolutely sings to me. Sonny Styles absolutely sings to me. And if I want to pick somebody later in the round... Dillon Tierneyman, I think, to the Bears is a really nice pick, really nice fit. Casey Concepcion. I'm gonna pick 5 different picks. That's what I'm gonna do. Thank you so much to everyone who's listened all through the morning, and if you're listening on the Across the Formation podcast, wonderful stuff from everyone who's got involved. Sam's been brilliant tonight. Will Varney's been brilliant tonight. Brilliant Zach, who's been doing the vision mixing and making all those graphics look sensational on the stream, and of course our draft expert Dom Corbett. Thank you so much to you.
Thank you very much for having me.
We'll be back. Across the Formation is still going to be weekly. We've got loads of big interviews coming up, still stuff from the Super Bowl. We'll be doing lots more draft reaction to days 2 and day 3 when we do our next pod on Monday or Tuesday next week. And of course, talksport.com/NFL for all of your NFL coverage. There's some great stories up there already, so go and get involved. Thank you so much for listening and enjoying. Up next, it's My Sporting Life.